everybody. I am Nick, and welcome to this week's episode of Extra Credit Plays, the Saturday main event. I'm still trying to come up with a name for the Saturday streams. But while I'm sitting here dead in the water, I have someone who knows something, a thing or two about being dead. We have Cass the Gravedigger.
Hey, 僕は歯が掘りのカスタ。
You gotta give me some credit. That was a great segue.
Yeah, that was.
I've been feeling a lot better. So we are playing Star Wars Knights of the Republic. Continuing our playthrough, we are gonna find out if Korriban has cookies. Yep. So it's his caster, Nick.
Devil's chocolate.
The devil's chocolate. Oh gosh.
Devil's chocolate cookies. Devil's food.
Dark side cookies. They're in the they're like the shapes of Darth Vader or whatever. I don't know. Alright, I wonder if I can return to Ebon Hawk. Oh, I can, cool. Alright, we got our first comment, the Reaper King is here.
Uh-oh. Everyone hide. No.
Hide your daughter! Hide your wife! Hide your sons! Alright, what is he saying?
He is saying, boo, caster is awesome, boo. Wait, I don't think that's right.
How you doing, Black Reaper? It's good to see you. And I apologize for the fan in the background. It's almost freaking 90 here in Michigan. I do have the AC running, but oh, it's freaking hot. And
If it's 90 there, we're all cooked.
all right, well, let me ask you, how hot is it in hell?
Well, right now I got the AC running, so it's like January. Yeah. Yeah, I was practicing that Japanese, by the way.
Why were you practicing Japanese?
Because I just wanted to know what my name would be in Japanese. It's Hakahori no Caster, which is Catch the Gravedigger. Feel factor, it's 98. It feels like hell. Oh yeah, in Michigan.
Yeah. Yeah.
In time, they will probably become safe enough for us to enter. Until that time.
Yeah, so I got like my air conditioner running, I got fans running, and it still barely feels okay.
Mm-hmm.
A star map.
If you want the full effect, go to Detroit.
Why Detroit?
It's the second tomb on the left.
There it'll look and feel like hell.
Oh my god, I'm so tired of those Detroit jokes.
No. A lot of the
Detroit's actually very nice.
What does Soka mean, Caster?
Soka.
I don't know.
All right.
I gotta. Oh, we got book talk here.
But why are we getting booed tonight, man? Everyone's just boo. We're gonna start throwing tomatoes next.
Why are you booing me? I'm right.
I have fans, but I didn't know before when I was streaming.
You're new to the academy, aren't you?
And Jason Ingram says I'm fashionable late, but I am here. And he says,
flexing like the villain he is.
We had no idea.
oh, you mean? Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, like Soka. As you stroke your chin. Yeah. Means yeah, I see. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I only know like a few words in Japanese, like baka.
That's what I'm saying. And that's the weirdest thing is I've been watching anime for decades, right? Most of my life I've been watching anime, and for a lot of that large chunk of it, I've been watching subtitles. You would think I would pick up a good chunk of that. Nope.
Nothing at all. The legends don't say anything about
Nope, not whatever. I mean, there's a few words I picked up, but you know,
I
nothing. You
know
know,
Gomenasai is like the formal way of saying I'm sorry, and like Goma is I'm sorry. Watch that one person Japanese being like, no, no, you didn't say it right.
or the one weeaboo. Well, you see, boo as I show up out of nowhere and yell boo.
Well, we're happy to have you, Book Doc.
I don't know why they're booing. I just got here. Got 24 views on my own channel today. Progress, woot, woo
Ooh,
woo.
yeah, that is progress. I mean, there's some videos of mine where I'm happy to make 24 views. So still, that's good. You know.
Yeah, as I'm saying, like the first year of my YouTube channel. Well, the first year I actually started making content. I've had a YouTube account for a while, but where I actually started making content was like in 2020. I made like 70 something videos my first year, barely getting any views on them.
Yeah, that's what happens.
I know, just dead in the algorithm. That's pretty much what it is. Yeah.
Like I've got some traction myself, but like yeah, it's a grind.
It's a grind. Yeah.
I mean, the best advice, I know it sounds cliche, but consistency. So keep it up, bro.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. So I've like a whole year doing that. Yeah, and got nothing. I got modding tutorials. I've got ReZero season 2 like episode reviews, like each episode. I've got what else I got on there? Just random videos also, you know, just made for fun. Uh, also have my work stories video that I did one of. I thought I would do more if it got traction, but it didn't.
It happens.
Yeah. Um, let's see here. That is progress. Now, when I hit 100, we have to start plotting to take over the Sith.
That
Yes.
You have a deal. You have a deal.
Actually, I don't give a shite about my YouTube channel. I drop a video, I drop it. I don't care. I mean, yeah, that's pretty much how I am right now. You know, I do want to I do want to make a video soon though. Yes, we destroy Phoenix. I mean the Jedi.
We will destroy. All right.
The Jedi Phoenix. Lol.
Good.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Good. Good. Let the hate flow through you. Skywalker.
All right. I'm gonna do my best, Palpatine. Soon the Sith will rule the galaxy. Soon the rebellion will be crushed, and young Skywalker will be one of us.
I'm a streamer, so YouTube doesn't matter. Yeah. I think I need to start streaming more on my choice channel. By the way.
I mean, I'm a streamer, but I focus on YouTube.
It's better than Twitch, he says.
Yeah, technically we are streaming to YouTube now. So I mean, we are streaming to Twitch right now. Hi to all the Twitch people. But yeah, I've never really.
But you don't matter. No.
Alright. The Tomb of Junta Paul.
He says, "Wow, I'm a Twitch streamer."
Technically, I am too right now, but.
And Jason English says, "Now, do I play RE1 remake? I have this in the background, or RE4 remake. Choices. Who wants this poll?" I don't know. RE1 remake. You mean like the one for GameCube?
All right. I'm gonna have to look up the guide on this one because actually, Caster, could you look up the guide on the Tomb of Ajunta Paul? It's on the screen right now.
All right, hold on here.
I need to do another RE playthrough. I did my very first stream was RE2, and that was a blast. want to do RE4.
The
Remake.
the tomb of let's see here, tomb of
I'm just gonna
Agenta Paul. Okay.
call the Tomb of Paul Atreides. Every Twitch stream I know just craps all over it. I've heard so many bad things. If you're talking about Twitch itself, yeah, that's kind of the reason why I'm a bit wary of it.
Let's see. Okay.
Yeah, defeated the enemies.
Okay. Star Wars.
So do I
The
go to
older-
ruins? Yeah, I love all my gaming, though, Phoenix. My wife plays games 10 hours a day. Oh, Book Talk hit the jackpot. He hit the jackpot. Yep. He's got his gamer wife. Book Talk, never let that woman go. Treat her like the queen she is. That's all I'm going to say to you. Alright, while you look that up, Cass, I'm going to do another tomb. Wait.
Okay, so here's the walkthrough.
Oh, you got it? Okay. No, Black Reaper. I decline.
Where the hell is Okay, hold on. Where the hell is
Black Reaper? We love you. You're a beloved member of these streams. Jackpot? I never get to play. I mean, you get to play in other ways.
Alright, you enter Agenta Paul's tomb from the Valley of the Dark Lords at the West End, encountering mines, force resistant, something, whatever, and shielded droids. You don't need to enter, but you can gain prestige by retrieving the sword of Agenta Paul from the Sith sarcophagus chamber at the East End. Select the right sword and move closer to the dark side of the Force by provoking the spirit of Agenta Paul to attack, and moving closer to the light side by persuading him to return to the light.
I don't know how to get past this room, though. That's my question. Let's see, like data pad or whatever.
Okay, so it says, at the east end of the tomb, you want to return to Ebenhawk or change party selection. Then you need to exit and do so. There's a door down the corridor to the east, beyond which the corridor is mined to protect it, to protect a locked door. It is possible to pass this mine on the south side of the corridor without triggering it. The corridor beyond continues down a ramp to the east before opening on a platform where a Takata, whatever the hell it is, encounter waits.
My problem is I got the room cover. I'm like blocked. My way's like blocked. That's my problem.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to figure out like.
All right. Let's see. All right. Well, while you read it over, I'm gonna go raid another tomb. And yes, I use those words deliberately.
Yeah, see, I have no idea what it's wanting you to do here. This is a weird guide here.
How about tell this? Why don't you look up a video guide and kind of like comb through it real quick while I do another tomb?
Yeah. Videos. All right, so you need to like. Okay.
Alright, so Book Talk says awesome. It was hilarious. Yes, Black Reaper, definitely. Let's see. But yeah, I like having Mission with me because like she's very technical and she does some good damage. She's a good person to have around.
Alright, which room are you talking about? Like,
Let me clear this part out and go back to it. In the meantime, read some comments.
let's see. I'm drinking a vanilla Coke, so love it or hate it, I don't care.
Okay.
I like cherry vanilla. I don't like just straight vanilla. It's
like
Godzilla.
I like regular Coke.
Godzilla versus Ravon. It's a draw. Due to international copyright law, it's not. But we still should run it as if it's Godzilla. Though it isn't. Who remembers that scene? Awesome scene. It was hilarious.
It was hilarious.
I'll show you, Nick, what I'm referencing. What difficulty is this on?
I think like normal. Let me check.
Baby easy.
Oh, frick you. Alright, yeah, we're on normal. Alright, so I'm gonna head back to the tomb and show you the room.
Alright. Loading.
There's a set of corpse. This room right here.
Alright,
So I can't get past that.
you can't destroy it?
Huh. I can't. Do I like?
Alright, hold on.
Like put a.
Alright, let me see what we got here.
It, maybe. Yeah, you're looking and I'm looking. RE4 is fun. You
Okay,
happen.
I'm trying to look where.
So I got the rune-covered obelisk. There's a use and it does nothing. Like I can tag them. It's weird. Why are you sad, Black Reaper? I got shouted. Oh, yeah, that would get sad. So how did the other guy get through?
I'm looking, but I can't find the exact room you're in. Because when they enter the tomb, they're in a way different place.
Alright, the tomb of the Junta Paul. It's pretty.
Yeah.
It's pretty straightforward. Like there's like a line, and then it opens up. All right, Casta, read the comments. I'm gonna check out a video on my own. See, like,
Well, here's the video I've been watching. Hold on. Just so I can like.
All right, pop it in the Discord. I'll look at it.
Yeah.
Just so that we can kind of be on the same like level here.
Yeah.
Oh God, my character's really dark side. Wow.
Oh, what the frick is this?
Share on WhatsApp? What the frick?
No, that's not it.
Dude, what the heck are you doing?
That's not it. I said share, and it's like share. No, wait a minute. Hold on. Copy link. Thank you.
I got a YouTube video of it pulled up myself. Right, they go in it. Oh, it's time to wake up is here. And he wants cookies.
Oh shit, he's ready for the dark side.
Yep. So I'm watching a video right now. Alright.
So guess what came in the mail today?
What came in the mail, sir?
Bloodstained Ritual of the Night.
Ooh, what system?
Switch.
Oh, you got the worst version.
Is it?
Yeah, it sucks.
Why does it suck?
Because the graphics and it runs like ass. Oh, wait. I totally...
But I got the
Okay, you gotta put a grenade in it. That's what you gotta do.
Okay.
Yeah, read the
I got the
comments. Oh, sorry.
I got the campaign. I was like, I got the campaign backer version.
Oh wow! I actually did back the Kickstarter for that.
Yeah.
But what are the chats saying?
I still play 7 years. Yay! Silent mode activate. Your mail order bride? Ha 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 ha. Not your mail order bride. No, it's not.
Yep. That's what you had to do. You had to put like a mine or grenade in it to blow it up.
I made quote special brownies end quote once, and they didn't turn out too well.
I'll take some.
Special brownies, huh? The Cheech and Chong version. Hey, but don't knock Miller brides, you know. It's hard to get them in the mail.
Oh.
Ship them in. Gotta ship them in a crate. Last time I ordered one, the damn thing was broke, came in pieces.
Oh God.
My mom made pot brownies, and my brother's girlfriend got so stoned she couldn't talk. Well, that's an improvement, right?
Oh! What the frick, dude?
Caster. That's our caster. Yeah. Well, I just died in 5 minutes in RE4 remake on PC Joy.
I am so useless in this fight because I can't even get to them.
My brother passport broed his wife from the Philippines. Nice.
Honestly, like I'm not gonna lie, I've considered it.
I'm gonna tell you right now.
I want a nice Polish wife. I want a nice Polish wife.
I would say, like, you know, if you're American, you can get yourself a nice looking Filipino girl, because believe me, they'll like, their family will pretty much like do everything they can to get you guys married. Like, no, oh, American, yeah.
My thing is, I don't want to be screwed over.
Yeah. Let's see here.
But that opens an interesting question. If you could pick the nationality of your future wife, and I guess for the ladies, husband, who would it be? I want a nice Polish wife, or whatever.
I want to retire into the mountains of Japan with my fat ass Japanese wife.
Is that like a specific requirement? She has to have a fat ass.
Yeah, she has to have a fat ass. Yes.
Oh wow, that's some good shit.
Too long to do I do. In the end, we were.
Then see now, like, so there's a there's a Filipino independent comic. Or hell, I mean, I'm independent. I don't know. There's a Filipino comic called Trece, and they actually made an animated show on Netflix about it, and it's if you like ghosts and horror and stuff like that, really good. It's kind of like a female Constantine, where it's like this chick, she deals with like all kinds of supernatural creatures, ghosts and ghouls and trolls and all kinds of stuff like that. And the thing is, I'm so stupid about the Philippines that I'm sitting there watching it, and I'm like, why is everybody like? Why are the streets and people's names and all this other stuff? Why is it all in Spanish?
Oh,
I was like, I don't understand.
Oh, it's like how
And then
if you're an Argentine, if you ever encounter an Argentinian person who looks German and has a German name, don't ask them what their grandparents were doing during the 40s.
Yeah. Well, no, because apparently I didn't know this, that Spain had owned the Philippines for the longest time. So, there's people, there's Filipino people who, have like Hispanic names, and they speak Spanish too, in addition to like Filipino, and it kind of confused me for a second. I was like, what the hell? And I had to look it up, and I was like, oh, okay, I did not know that. So a little interesting history lesson there. My wife is watching too, so I'm saying a good Canadian gamer girl, because that's what I'm supposed to say.
I dated a Canadian once. It was interesting. I gotta say the maple syrup is legit, and poutine is good. It's good.
I've never had it. It looks delicious. It looks like something a fat ass like me would love. And speaking of Canadian gamer girls, we might have one on the show here later. I don't know. It depends on what she feels like.
Yeah, she's usually here, but she has her own.
Yeah. Let's see here. I would like to retire with my physically fit Japanese wife, similar but not quite. Oh, I didn't say she was overweight. I just said she had a fat ass. Which I don't care either way. But I'm just like, yeah, I'm all for it. Either way. Because honestly, if you get a fat Japanese girl, what is she, like? Normal size American girl? Like, come on.
Yeah,
Sure.
like that by Japanese standards.
Yeah, but yeah. So see here, poutine is awesome. Yeah, it looks awesome.
I've had it.
Apparently, you can get it at McDonald's in Canada.
I believe that.
A few weeks ago, I bought off of Amazon like this snack box, and it was I thought it was from like all over Europe, but apparently it was just for Turkey. So Eurasia or whatever it is, I don't know. But anyways, it was a snack box. Like it was like $35, and it was jam packed with like cookies and candy and crackers and stuff, and all from Turkey. And I gotta say, a lot of them were pretty darn good. I will say though, if you don't like, you won't like them if you're not a fan of hazelnut, because they like if you like Nutella, you'll like a lot of the candy, because a lot of the candy has hazelnuts in it, or a lot of the chocolate has hazelnuts in it. So if you like Nutella, you'll like a lot of their candy. And then there was these pizza crackers. They were shaped like little triangles, like pizza. The best thing I can describe them is they were like really thick Cheez-Its, or goldfish crackers. They did not taste like pizza, more tomatoey than actual pizza. But they were one of those things where like you eat them, you're like, yeah, that's pretty good. And then you grab another handful. Yeah, it's pretty good. Next thing you know, you got another handful. Like you're just like, yeah, it's pretty good.
Oh, that reminds me with like, you know, there's certain foods that like you just can't stop eating. For me, it's the Girl Scout cookies tag-alongs. They're like freaking crack to me.
Yeah.
Like if you put a box in front of me and I start eating it, and if nobody like stops me, or if I don't like make a mental like a will save, I could just eat the entire box, not even realize it.
Now, are tag-alongs the sandwich cookies, or are they the ones with the peanut butter? Like,
they're the peanut butter.
Like, well, there's a peanut butter sandwich cookie, and then there's like
chocolate and peanut butter.
The one with like it's chocolate and it's got a little well of peanut butter on top.
Yeah, so
that's fucking crack.
What's even worse is my local Aldi's has like the generic tag-alongs.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. And they're actually really cheap, and I just like every time I go there, I have to like must not.
Yeah. Let's see here. Should have poutine with bacon and hamburger in it. Oh my God!
I think that's what I had.
Stop talking dirty.
Also, we have reached the yes, we have talked about food on the stream. We have done the stereotype.
Surprisingly good with shrimp in it. I thought it would be gross, but it was so good. Well, I mean, it's just potatoes and gravy.
Well, it's also cheese. Like the cheese
and cheese too.
The cheese curds are weird because like they're kind of waxy, but they're still good for some reason.
Yeah. Let's see, poutine when made of quality ingredients is awesome. I've had many poutines in Canada, and that were just meh. And I had very few poutines that were outstanding. All right. That's because every restaurant tries to make it. You have to be a reputable one.
Yeah, I think I got it.
It's so cheap. It's so cheap and easy to make. Everyone buys it, so restaurants make it if they suck at it.
Yeah, kind of like America, like hamburgers. Like you buy a hamburger from like any restaurant.
Yeah, you can get a hamburger anywhere. Yeah, you can get a hamburger anywhere, and I'm telling you what, they're not all made equal. No.
Yeah, definitely.
I've had some hamburgers, and I'm like, how do you mess this up? It's literally just meat, cheese, and a patty, you know. And then you get some, and you're like, how do you make this so damn good? It's just meat, cheese, and a bun.
Oh, there was this one burger joint when I lived in Battle Creek. They had like the most amazing hamburgers. A lot of it, like the best ones are when you order a hamburger and they put it like right on like right on the grill as you order it, as you order.
Yeah, that's like checkers and rallies.
Oh, checkers and rallies are really good.
I actually went to them the other day. It's a little bit out of my way, but I got tired of because I was gonna get something to eat for dinner, and I was gonna get some fast food, and I was like, you know what, I'm tired of the shit that's around here. So I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna go out of the way a little bit, a few miles further than what I normally go, and went to like Rallies. I was like, yeah, I got me a Baconzilla burger, so fucking good, so fucking juicy. And what I love about Rallies is like you can get like buffalo wings there, and they fry their wings like you're supposed to. Like if you get wings from a pizza place, they just throw them in the oven because that's all they got to cook them with. That's not really how you make wings. You gotta fry them. You gotta put them in a fryer. They gotta be fried. Because like if you get Caesar's wings or Papa John's wings are actually pretty good. If you get Caesar's wings or like Domino's wings, they're kind of like fleshy, spongy. They don't feel really like the skin is not crispy. The skin is kind of soft, and it's like you gotta fry them first. So I love. They're expensive as shit at Rallies, but they're good. So I guess you get your pay for it. Let's see what we got here. See, that's because every restaurant you go to try to make one. The best I had was at Old Joe's Cabin in Walkerton, Ontario. I believe they made the fries and gravy in-house. That is the best shit when they make that shit from scratch in-house, yes.
Oh, yeah. I gotta go to Steak and Shake because they announced they're doing like the beef tallow.
Who is you know what? We got one near here. I need to go do that. I might do that tomorrow. I might make a point to go out to Steak and Shake tomorrow because I want to try that, see if their fries taste any better. Because they're supposed to have it in beef tallow, and we had a little discussion like that one time. Let's see here. My daughter wants me to lay down with her. Been fun, guys. Later. All right. Well, when she gets knocked out, you can come back. I understand how that shit goes. Believe me. I've had to babysit many a kid. Rally's Checkers needs to come out with poutine. Their legendary fries would raise the poutine. Oh my god! If you put the Rally seasoned fries with poutine, yeah, that shit would be fucking fire. I like boneless wings. That's because my cerebral palsy makes actual wings difficult a bit. But I agree you have to deep fry them. You also need to go to Whataburger. I'm from Corpus Christi, Texas. So that has a biased opinion. I can understand that. I was about to give you shit for that until you said that. Because I was like, boneless wings? You mean chicken tenders?
I mean, boneless wings are good, but there's something kind of special about, like, a bone, like, just peeling apart a boned wing. Yes, it's messy as a trick, but there's something about the experience of it. It's just really good.
Yeah. Steak and Shake Frisco Melt is great. Bring me one back and you go, oh my god, Frisco. Oh my god, yeah. That is exactly what I get. Frisco Melt. That shit's good. They got another one on there too. It's the garlic. I think it's a garlic burger. They put like garlic butter on the bun and stuff. Oh, that's just good. Make your breath stink though, so get them in afterwards. But it's pretty good. Let's see here. Yeah. So last week I had to take care of my special needs cousin that came over, and they have cerebral palsy, by the way. So
okay,
yeah. So that's what I meant yesterday. Or I when I was telling you I had a special needs person. Yeah, my cousin, my second cousin, my cousin's daughter, and
all right.
Yeah, I had to take care of her because she can't really do much by herself. Because family drama going on.
Yeah, any drama unless it's family drama.
Yeah. Well, well, not to air out my dirty laundry, but yeah, my cousin had to spend a weekend in the clink.
I
Yeah,
am not one to judge. Well,
yeah.
okay.
Oh, judge away. I don't give a shit. Yeah.
Well, no, I've been I've been in mental hospitals. Oh, we found a purple crystal. We can do signature colors now. Oh, I'm actually really kind of excited.
But yeah, she had to go to the clink for a weekend, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And that's jail for people who don't know the lingo. So she had to spend a weekend in jail for doing some stupid shit, and so no one's able to watch her daughter. So I had to I helped watch her. But she's pretty easy to watch because she's like 27, 28, but she has the mentality of like a 5-year-old.
Oh, that sounds like a handful.
It kind of is, but honestly, just put Nick Jr. on and she's good to go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, fair enough. Like.
Oh yeah. Oh my God. Oh yeah. Blue's Clues, Barney, all that shit. Yeah, she fucking loves it. Eats it up.
I don't know how, but like when I'm rocking, like one of the companions just somehow falls behind. I don't get it. All right, what's the comments got for us?
We only got one. Hardee's, Carl Jr.'s, Junior Mushrooms. Yeah, I hate mushrooms. Junior Mushroom and Swiss is one of my favorite specialty fast food burgers. Yeah. Yeah. Well, Hardee's is good.
I haven't had
And
Hardee's
Carl's-
in forever. Oh gosh, I don't think there's any locations in Michigan anymore.
They had this. There's like one in Louisville that I know of, and you basically either have to be in the area or you just really want some Hardee's to go get it because it's like on the other side of town for me. But it says, yes, that can be the case for someone with CP. Thankfully, I'm mentally fine, but my movement is off, and I have horrible impulse control. Don't offer fire. That is bad. I made it. Oh, Daniel Brown said made it.
Hey, Nathan Brown, good to see you, buddy.
Yeah, she has she's got like one good arm and one bad arm, where her bad arm she cannot use her fingers. Like she makes a fist, and that's all she can do. But it's weird because when she's asleep, you can stretch her fingers out and like her you can manipulate her hands. But when she's awake, it's like it clenches up as tight as it can be, and you can't stretch your fingers out. It's impossible. It's like a vice grip.
All right, I just want to say, we have Screecher colors. I have the purple and the yellow. We have achieved Screecher colors on the lightsabers.
We haven't achieved enlightenment.
Yes, that is exactly what we have done, sir. Oh god. So I do want to say, I kind of want to apologize for not having the Tuesday stream. I wasn't feeling too well, so I did 2 cons in 2 weekends, and while fun and successful, I caught a bit of the con funk, which is as one tends to do at those events.
Yeah.
And I still got a little bit of it, you can maybe hear it in my voice, but like Tuesday and Wednesday, I was like paralyzed. I was like sleeping most of the day. Yeah, it was just not happening. And I apologize, but we will be doing it Tuesday, Luke. So yeah. Oh.
He said it's okay. Pace yourself.
Yeah.
He says my my fine motor skills or skills in my hands are shot. But my legs, 2, 3 surgeries to operate normally, so I feel her restrictions. Yeah, she could barely walk. She's had multiple surgeries on her legs. She's used to walk pretty decently, but now she does need assistance. But she used to be able to do it on her own for a good while. She actually used to not be able to walk. that was one thing. You know, she was confined to a wheelchair for like most of her life, and then um, she is quite possibly one of the most stubborn people I have ever met. So she wasn't going to let her disability get her down, so she pretty much forced herself to walk.
I kind of respect
Yeah. Yeah. When she wants something, she's gonna get it, and you come hell or high water. Yeah. So yeah. So, but
Alright, so repair and wait, oh, okay. Oh, persuade is a class skill. Okay. Okay.
gotta respect that determination. Yep.
Definitely.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, like, my family, my immediate family raised her for probably the first couple years of her life, and we never treated her differently from anybody else.
That's good.
You know, so like her brother, who is I want to say normal.
Normal's overrated, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's not. There's nothing wrong with him. He doesn't have any disability or anything. He was more normal. But thing is, I would wrestle with her brother. I'd wrestle around him. I got you. And slam him on the couch. But I would pick her up too and slam her on the couch. And get down on the floor and let her on top of me trying to hit me. So basically, yeah, we never left her out of any activity.
That's good.
Yeah. Jason says, "Oh, I'm stubborn. I took a year to learn to write cursive. It took me a year, but I did it. Damn, with cerebral palsy. Hell yeah, that's a fucking achievement, man. Because let me tell you, because writing cursive for a lot of people is a damn difficult.
I can't
With people who have nothing wrong with their hands, it's a challenge. So to do it that's like saying one arm behind your back kind of shit. So yeah, never anything like that she went through, but one surgery at age 5, I could walk. That's fucking amazing. So her determination is better than mine. Yeah. Well, she's hard-headed. She's got a head like a brick. So yeah, she's hard-headed.
Oh, this is bomb.
Yeah. But yeah, that's becoming a lost art now. Writing in cursive.
It definitely.
Well, at least in America, it is. They're not teaching in the schools anymore. I heard they're not teaching kids how to read the face of a clock.
Well, it's all digital clocks now.
Yeah. Yeah, but my God, you should be able to at least read the minute and hour hands on a clock.
Mm-hmm.
Because I got an Apple Watch and I have it as a traditional clock face.
Cool.
I could have it digital, but I just prefer
You're old school.
the traditional. Yeah, I'm old school. I prefer the traditional. Yeah. But yeah, so I got this Bloodstain.
Still around the star.
I paid a little extra for it because I figured it's a Kickstarter backer edition, and I thought that'd be cool. It is also sealed, but
Yeah,
I was gonna open it up.
Yeah, I'm telling you, when you start playing it, you're gonna be like, should have bought the Xbox version.
I can still do that. I just keep it sealed and keep it as a collector's thing.
I'm telling you right now, you keep it sealed.
Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll just keep it sealed.
Yeah, because the Switch version is the worst.
Wonder why they did that.
Well, because the Switch is underpowered, that's why.
Okay.
But what comments do we have?
Well, you figured it's a 2D game. You know, it shouldn't be that hard, right?
You'd be surprised for some of those people sporting Switch games. So, speaking of the Switch, to surprise of nobody, we might talk about this more in extra credits, but we can kind of talk about it here. Did you hear about like third-party developers are complaining that the physical sales aren't happening?
What now? They're what now? They're what?
For Switch 2.
Yeah.
Third-party sales on physical games are bad.
Oh, I imagine. Yeah. I imagine. Because you're gonna have to, you know, you're gonna have to have either, you know, if you're gonna have a key card, you're gonna have to have it on the eShop, and so I guess for third-party developers, they're just gonna have to go with physical. But I mean, I don't know.
Well, the key card, I don't know. The key card situation is gonna need to get resolved.
The key card situation to me is dumb. I understand that because like the way the key card works is that I can give you if I got a game that's on a key card, I can give you that game and you can put it on your Switch too, and you can download the game and play it. It's just you still need that key card to actually activate it. It's like if you buy a physical copy and you install the game on your system, and then pretty much the game becomes the key for it. That's kind of the same thing, except there is no physical data.
Yeah, that's why if I ever buy a Switch, it's going to be a digital-only console.
It's going to have to be. That's what they're making it to be. You know? And that's the thing. I don't mind digital games. I just don't want where my only options are digital. You know? Some schools are bringing Kusha back. If I was a parent's kid, I would require it just to make them signature difficult to copy. Yeah, I would too. I mean, it's just it's something that I think needs to be taught. Yeah.
Agreed.
You know. I mean, and the new Common Core math they have is dumb.
Didn't they get rid of that?
Oh, they replaced it with something even worse. I think it's just dumb. It takes you 5 minutes to do a subtraction problem that used to take us like a few seconds. Because you got to show your work, and there's like 15,000 steps to do it, and it's like, oh my God.
That's the problem. That's the thing that gets everybody, is having to show your work. You know, like those people who can do like, oh, I did it in my head in like 0.5 seconds, and they gotta spend the next half an hour. Like, okay, how did I do this?
Yeah, but like they draw the stuff out to where it's like, if you're like doing like, say you're doing a subtraction problem, the only thing we got to show is like, what numbers we borrowed from, and that kind of thing. But but that takes like a few seconds. Whereas like this one, it's like, my God, it takes you 5 minutes to do each problem. By the time you've done your homework done, it's already time to go to bed. Shit. That's if they're still doing homework nowadays. I don't know. I don't have brains, so I don't know all this crap. This is all hearsay to me. I'm just tired. I tell you, the worst thing they ever did was the No Kid Left Behind. That was the dumbest shit ever. Where it's like, oh, we don't want kids to feel bad for skipping or getting held back. I'm like, well, you know what? Maybe that embarrassment is what needs to push them a little further. You know, I remember when that was such a taboo. That was the taboo. Like, oh, you're getting held back. Like that was like the worst thing that could happen to you.
And nowadays they just pass them along.
I just pass them along, and they don't know, and they're dumb as a brick, and they come out and eat. That's why we have this like brainwash. I don't want to sound like a fucking old timer, but that's why we have this brainwash generation where they don't know anything because they just shove them out the door. You know, you're dumb as a brick, and you never learned anything, and you got straight Fs. Whatever. F it. Here's your diploma, son. Go out there and be an influencer. It's like, it said no kid left behind is reason 98,000 that I don't like Bush.
God, I love that Bush. I mean, he's a war criminal.
I mean, like, I don't know, like Coors Light Bush. I don't know, like.
Oh, see, that reminds me of a very 2000s joke. So, did you hear that Saddam Hussein killed his kids?
Houday and Kuday or whatever the hell the names were?
Yeah, do you want to know why?
Why?
Because he caught him drinking Bush beer. That is such a 2000s joke. I do not apologize.
Now, I have in my possession, I have a unopened box of, and this is a product of its time. I have an unopened box of Desert Storm trading cards.
Oh,
like a whole case of them, right?
I remember those.
Yes, a Desert Storm trading cards. For you younger kids, that was a tiny war in the early 90s. So,
if you haven't already,
but do you want to know what the most valued card in that packet or that set is?
Isn't it Saddam?
Saddam Hussein, yep. Going for like $100 on eBay if you can find them. I might have one in there. I don't know. I'm keeping it sealed for collector's purposes, but I guess if I ever got the itch, I would do like a live stream of like an opening pack, see if we can find Saddam. He's hiding in a bunker somewhere.
Just the way that he was found was honestly so pathetic.
Oh yeah. I watched that execution too. Yeah, they had somebody had snuck in a camera phone. And then, of course, this is 2004, 2005, so the quality is atrocious.
Absolute
dog water. Absolute dog water. But I did watch him hang. Somebody had snuck that in there, and it was linked on the internet. And I was like, "Yep, that's him." I was like, "Yep." Now we're gonna get into conspiracy theories here, but That's why I don't believe Osama bin Laden is dead.
Yeah, I'll admit it's a little sus. They're like, oh, we just buried him at sea because we didn't want, whatever. And like,
that's fine, but I didn't see the body. I saw them dump something in the water, but I never saw him.
Also, the fact that he was like a half mile or a couple of 6 miles from Pakistani base.
Yeah.
And if you ever watch any interview from the 2000s, the Pakistani president swore up and down that bin Laden was dead.
Yeah.
Always found that a bit weird.
Then the thing about says no consequences. Consequences help you grow. That's exactly right. If you are a kid and you're getting straight Fs, being like, that was the thing of being called dumb and being stupid was like something you did. Exactly. That to be called dumb and stupid was something you didn't want. And yeah, and being being held back was like it was the ultimate like embarrassment for me at least. I never got held back because that's why
I was
now
at
I
risk
almost
of it like once or twice.
I cut it close. Believe me, I cut it close several times. Uh, but I had summer school to make it up, which sucked. But at least I passed. Um, I do like I think a couple weeks of summer school to make stuff up. Um, which oh man, I tell you what, that's another thing too. It's like um, going to summer school sucked because that just ate up your freaking vacation.
And now we
And
have a
we
Nick's in the
got
chat.
Nick's in the chat doing a very very awesome Mr. Hanky impression.
Yep, and Nick, I hear you have a rant, so if you feel like doing it, just wait, was that you or was that Nick?
Hi, Kyle. You smell like flowers. That was funny.
The frick, dude. I'm probably gonna die, but like, that's fine.
Mr. Hanky's wife. Her boobs are fake. They're full of silicone.
Silicone. Ooh, gakatina. Ooh, gakatina.
I have an
And this is my son. He's a little special. He was born with a peanut in his head. You're so nasty. That's one of the few times that I've actually almost vomited watching South Park. Like any episode of Mr. Hanky, I swear to God, it almost makes me gag sometimes. Just so nasty.
Don't forget to bring your towel.
Don't forget to bring your towel. Hey, you wanna get high? You get high, Kyle? Come on. Oh, come on, Kyle. Let's get high.
Integrity.
I got my son dish towel. Or washcloth. Or whatever the hell his name was.
So Nick has a 4-year-old. But everyone be careful. She's still moderating the chat. She's still in the chat. She's still a threat.
Yeah.
Nick's
But
and she is watching.
It says we are old now, man. If we could find the fountain of youth, we could go start saying we are wise young men.
Go now. You have done
Yeah, true. Look, I buy conspiracy. I buy the conspiracy of World War II gave a guy lived in Argentina after the war. Actually, you know what? That's not a conspiracy anymore. That was actually proven true. They've got the CIA papers now declassified. It came out like a month or two ago. The CIA did know that the German painter was in Argentina, and he lived until the 1960s. So that son of a bitch, got off light.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if you ever encounter an Argentinian with a German name, and they got blonde hair, blue eyes, don't ask them what their grandfather was doing in the 40s.
Exactly, yeah. And then, Nick says, howdy ho. And then says, bring back bullying. I won't go that far. Then, hi, Nix. I got a few F's, but it was because of me being lazy. Not that I didn't understand things, but yeah, that made me change in cuts. Same here. That's the thing. I don't want to consider. I don't consider myself stupid.
Those F's hit like a freaking freight train.
But yeah, those F's were just late. Pretty much, yeah. That's why I got F's, because I was just lazy. I didn't give a shit. Nix, quick! I need a reason not to die as Leon in RE4.
Leon.
And Nick says, I got a 4-year-old playing on my computer.
Got any games on your phone?
Nathaniel Brown says, oh my god, I love him in Stick of Truth. I guess I was drinking. That's a game I need. I need to play Stick of Truth and The Fractured Butthole. Those are two games I do need to play. I've never played them. They look absolutely hilarious. It says, but I've only ever played the remake on PS4. Laughs and own foolishness.
Fair
Yep.
enough.
I've only played the GameCube version of RE4.
I think I messed around with RE4 here and there, but like, never actually done a full playthrough.
Yeah, I would like to go back and play it again. It does look great with the Carby adapter.
And if you like RE4, please make sure to give us a like.
Yeah. Now I'll tell you what though, RE7, man, that Jesus Christ, that thing, that shit's scary as a bitch. I can understand why Capcom made fun of people when RE8 came out. There was a string of videos that come out on the internet from Capcom, and it was RE8 puppet show, and it had all the bosses from RE8 like Sesame Street puppets, and they were like, you know, singing like "Play our game, it's not too scary," you know, and it said like a lot of people complained because this game was too scary, but our game, it's not. RE8 is not too scary. Don't worry. So like they're saying, you know, so they were just singing puppets and singing songs. Basically, it was to mock their fans, or it's kind of roasting the fans. But I love the joke though. Basically saying, "Oh, here we're gonna do it as a puppet show. That way you won't be scared," you know. But yeah, that game is legitimately scary. It says, "Peace is a lie. There is only passion. Through passion, I gain strength. Through strength, I gain power. Through power, I gain victory. Through victory, my chains are broken. The force shall set me free." And that's all from Angelus. I got that memorized, Angelus. It is glorious. Play as a Jew and stick of truth. He plays Kyle, I guess.
Me too. That's pretty.
It's like, Eric, did you say the F word? What, Jew? No!
Is that all the comments?
That would be all the comments.
Also, the sound effects. Oh my god, they're like peaking like bad.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Caster says if he has any idea what I'm talking about.
Do what?
What?
What? Who?
Who, what, when, or why?
The thing runs us kinda. But the truth shall set you free.
I mean, the truth is out there, so.
Oh my god, speaking of that, hold on a second. I stepped away to go get something. I am now commenting to the comment because.
Okay.
All right, thank you for the live play-by-play.
We appreciate you.
Yeah. I tell you what, that was like my Friday night back in the day. To get the bejesus scared out of you by watching X-Files.
Oh yeah.
That was awesome back in the day. And the opening is so iconic and just sounds so creepy.
Yeah, like if you ever want like a creepy song, you put that on.
Mm-hmm.
Please.
And they had a lot of good creepy episodes. You know, and you know, it's never, you know, is it like, did Mulder's sister actually get abducted by aliens, or is it something else? But what I always loved about that show is it pretty much proved, at least in that universe, that the supernatural, the paranormal is real, because every episode they're dealing with like strange shit. But no matter what happens, Scully is always the skeptic.
Mm-hmm. And
That always bugged me.
one thing I always loved is, even when the aliens appeared, they'd always disappear right before she was able to see it. Also, hi, Johnny Ortiz.
Yeah. My X-Files was lost tapes from Animal Planet.
Okay.
X-Files was my teenager years. Yep. Yep, right around middle school was when I started watching. So yeah,
it was like the perfect middle school show too.
Yeah.
Like, just imagine it's like a summer night, and like you got it's like it's dark. It's like 9 a.m. 9. You're like watching the X-Files. Oh God, that is a vibe. I can feel it right now.
It is a vibe. Yep. Well, the thing is, here's will be my Friday night, right? Friday night was, you get home and say, dude, if I was Scully by season 4, I would be a believer. That's what I'm saying, dude. There was so much crap that was happening. It was like, I don't know how she, like, there's some things where I'm like, okay, I can see how she could put a spin on it and be like, well, I can explain it like this, blah 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 blah. If it's ambiguous enough, but some of the stuff, it's like, no, we're dealing with some supernatural crap here, girl.
Oh God, Unsolved Mysteries.
Oh my God, Unsolved Mysteries with Robert Stack narrating it. Oh my God.
They have like the complete series on YouTube, and it is awesome.
Childhood doctor of mine. I remember I went to go see my family doctor, and he during a visit he mentioned he was beaming, and he was so excited to tell everybody. He was like, oh yeah, don't forget Sunday to watch Unsolved Mysteries. And we're like, oh, how come? And he's like, oh, because they filmed at my house for one of the dramatizations. We're like, oh, cool, So he was just like totally beaming, and he told us which segment it was going to be, and and then the next time we see him, he's like, oh, did you see the episode? He was so happy. I was like, oh, that's kind of cool that they're filming it.
I loved Unsolved Mysteries because they did a mixture of like real unsolved mysteries, and they did conspiracy stuff like Roswell, aliens, ghosts, and it was actually really well done.
Well, they did that too, but they also did like unsolved crimes also.
Yeah, and like missing people, and then
missing people. So you got
I always love. I love the updates, and you get it's really fun to watch those. You see everyone in their 90s clothes.
Mm-hmm. Do you know Matthew McConaughey was in an episode of Unsolved Mysteries?
Yeah, that was like his first acting gig. I was actually gonna bring that up, but I decided not to.
Yeah, well, I did. Unsolved Mysteries used to freak us out as a kid. Yeah, oh my God. I recommend it, a sort of fake mockumentary about supernatural creatures with found footage and scientists in it.
Do not forget our agreement.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean,
It's no more complicated, really. However, you should seek out Euthura and get her.
But yeah, like, so my Friday night was like, you come home from school, you got you're beaming because you got the weekend. You watch your cartoons or whatever that comes on. So like for me, I'm watching like Animaniacs and and Darkwing Duck and all that stuff. Disney Afternoon.
Danger. Oh, the Disney Afternoon.
The afternoon watching Gargoyles and Animaniacs and Tailspin and trying to think what else would I watch. Power Rangers would be on, syndicated, so be on there, and anyway, so you watch that, and then then you have dinner, So we're having like pizza tonight, or we're having tacos or something, So dinner's really cool vibe. And then 8 o'clock happens, right? And you're like, what happens at 8 o'clock? Well, you get TGIF. So you get, so you start watching, like Boy Meets World, Family Matters, Step by Step, things like
Sabrina.
that. Yeah, Sabrina, things like that. So you start watching those things, and then about 9:30, here it comes. X-Files, the cherry on the Friday cake. That 9 o'clock scare fright. So
And then like at 10 o'clock you had America's Most Wanted.
Yep. As a kid, I would watch Unsolved Mysteries and Tales from the Crypt. Oh my god, yeah, Tales from the Crypt too. That shit was awesome. Kind of an inspiration for me, really.
Yeah, it's where you learn to dig graves.
Yep.
And we're talking about like creepy 90s shows. Do you remember Freaky Links? It didn't last that long.
A duel?
Mm. No, it's not ringing a bell.
A duel. Fine.
Yeah, I think it was I don't know. It's like he's looking for his brother, or another show which was kind of in the Twin Peaks mold, which that's another show we gotta talk about. Was Erie, Indiana. I think it was like a Nickelodeon show or something.
I was going to mention that too. I think I watched a few episodes of that. I don't really remember what it was about, but I do remember the name. Because it's supposed to be a scary show,
Yeah, it was a good show, but like it was one of those shows that were popular, but then it got canceled, and it had a revival, and it sucked in the revenge.
To kill
Didn't they kind of do like a block with that, where it was like that and Goosebumps?
Oh yeah, the Goosebumps show. Like a lot of like the Canadian actors get their start. They like Hayden Christensen is on that. Ryan Gosling's on that.
Oh wow. Let's see here. Yes, if you or anyone has any oh yeah, here we go. If you or anyone has any information, please call us at Unsolved Mysteries. Cue freaky fucking credits. Yeah. Oh, that takes it back. You're all taking me back.
Maybe you too can help solve a mystery.
Yeah.
Just that
I
voice,
remember it.
That voice.
To clarify, the main villain hurt and killed his own daughter, and that's what the show was about. I won't go any deeper because of the topic. Okay.
What show?
I don't know. I don't know what show. Maybe the one you're talking about. I don't know. Oh, you know what? You remember? Are You Afraid of the Dark?
Oh, that was another one that had a really creepy intro.
Are You Afraid of the Dark? I'm gonna say like there was some like legitimately scary ass episodes.
Yeah.
Like legitimately scary. Like I was like, okay, this isn't like oh haha, I'm getting a scare. It's all kind of, but it's still family friendly. We're getting a little little fright. It's fine. No, there was some like genuinely scary ones.
Yeah, and that intro is legit creepy.
Oh, it is creepy. And I think the creepiest one was the guy who couldn't sleep. Because okay, so this guy, this is what I remember of the episode. There was this guy who he stole some kind of buried treasure from like some kind of like or he stole some treasure from like some sunken ship, and the ghosts of the crew were vengeful, and they cursed him to where like whenever he would sleep, they would come crawling out of the ocean, and they would try to take him, drag him down to the depths with them. So he could only sleep for like 5-10 minutes at a time, because every time he sleep, they would just come rising out of the water to try to get him. But the thing was, he was so greedy that he couldn't let go of the treasure,
Mm-hmm.
And But it was legitimate creepy because I think at one point he fell asleep so much that they were actually like reaching out and about to grab him. And when he woke up, they just kind of got sucked back into the ocean. It was like a '90s, fast forward or rewind kind of effect, where they just kind of zoom back real fast. So they get sucked back to the ocean. So it was a close call, but but the fact that you couldn't sleep because you had constantly monsters coming after you.
There is
Anytime you
just
close
something
your
about
eyes.
like the '90s and children's horror, because we had like
Yeah.
the Goosebumps books. Like there was just something about like the child horror going on.
Yeah.
Which just I don't know. It was good.
Well, because they didn't talk down to you.
Yeah,
All right.
that's a lot of '90s media, really.
That's a lot of '90s media. They didn't talk down to you because you were a child, and they kind of knew where the line was, and ride that line. They knew where the line was and to ride that line because it was creators who actually respected their audience, and so they assumed that kids could handle the stories that were being told. And yeah, they are legitimately creepy when you go back and look at them, but they're not Friday the 13th and
And the thing is, that's what I'm trying to do with Screecher, because one thing I noticed is if you look at like the behind the scenes of any of those shows for the '90s, the thing they always say is like, we never tried to talk down the kids. So that's what I'm trying to do with Screecher, is tell a good story, appropriate for kids, but like doesn't talk down to them.
There you are. Finally.
does talk down to them, and basically you respect that they can handle a level of maturity.
Ready. This will not be
Because that's why our generation kind of gushes over the media that we watched, because
The beast is dead.
the shows that we watched did that. They respected their audience, and they said we know you can handle these mature topics. Let's see here. So it says, who remembers Are You Afraid of the Dark? Yep. It says, I watched Are You Afraid of the Dark religiously. I did too. I watched it every Saturday night on Snick.
Oh God, Snick. That's another like core memory.
Core memory unlocked. Yeah.
All that.
Korriban.
Yeah,
The ancient birthplace of the
Oh,
yeah, the ancient birthplace of the Sith. Didn't Don Blue say something about it?
what about Don Bluth? Oh yeah, because like a lot of those Don Bluth films were pretty dark.
They were pretty dark, and it was like that's the thing. It's like they respected you enough.
Imagine, can I just say, imagine showing Fern Gully to a modern lib. Their head would explode. Like, I don't know how to regard this. And especially once they learn that, like, your average, like, oh, these right-leaning people, and they learn that they love Fern Gully. Like, or like, Captain Planet. Like, yeah. We know we're being racist, but at least they made it fun.
The Batman the Animated Series did the same thing.
Yeah, gold standard. Gold frickin' standard right there.
Gold standard for, and the thing is, a lot of the stories that Batman the Animated Series was telling was like, you if I read you the synopsis, you would think this is a kid show.
Yeah.
That's like for instance, the episode, The Origin of Two-Face.
Mm-hmm.
Harvey Dent, the Attorney General, is afraid that a mobster is going to frame him, so he can't win the election.
Real quick,
and
we have some newcomers I want to say hi to. Hey, Tevia, good to see you. And then Hooded Raven, it's also good to see you. But continue what you're saying, sir.
Yeah, so if you watch like the origin story of like Two-Face in Batman the Animated Series, that's like, okay, Harvey Dent, he's going to see a therapist, and he's afraid that Rupert Thorne, the crime boss, mafia boss is going to use that against him to blackmail him, so he can't run for attorney general of Gotham City. And if I read that to you think I'm reading you a crime drama, like an adult crime drama. No, I'm reading you an animated children's show. you know,
You didn't kill her.
you know,
How very
that's the plot of it.
you have, I would
Said, listen, my guys, childhood in the 2000s, out of curiosity, was Captain Planet actually popular in the 90s?
It was like reasonably popular, I would say.
It was reasonably popular. I know they made toys, but I never really saw any of them. I saw them on the shelves, but I never knew anybody who had them.
Captain
I
Planet, he's a hero. Gonna
I
take
did
the
have
down to zero. Sorry.
I did have a Planeteer ring
We're
as a
the
kid.
Planeteers. You can be one too. Cause I'm sorry. Like
Yeah.
30 years later, that song is still stuck in my head.
Yeah, Planeteer rap. But see, like, with Captain Planet, it was like everybody I knew watched it, you know, because it was a legitimately good, cartoon. A bit heavy-handed on the preaching, but I mean, saving the planet and learning how to recycle and everything. I get it. It's something we
It
should
was
all do,
preachy,
and
but nowhere near as bad compared to the other shows.
it was preachy, but it was entertaining. Now they did have a banned episode, which I watched, and there's no way they can air this episode today. It is actually a very good episode. It's the drug episode. You know which episode that one is?
I can't remember.
Do you understand what I
Okay, so the one villain who looks like a rat, he developed a narcotic drug that's super addictive.
Oh, that's
And
like, remember how every 90s show had to have the drug
Yeah.
episode?
The drug episode. Well, in this one, it turned him basically into a mindless zombie, and you would do anything to get more of the drug. So basically, what the villain was doing was getting people hooked on the pills.
I prefer to be hooked on phonics.
Yeah, getting people hooked on this drug, and then basically, they're his slaves because they'll do anything for him to get more of the drug. So eventually, like, what was her name? Linka, the Wind girl.
Yeah, the Asian.
She's from the
the Russian.
no,
the Russian.
she's from the Soviet. Yeah, she's from the Soviet Union. Well,
Yeah.
Eastern Europe in later episodes. But yeah, when this came out, the Soviet Union was still around, so she was from the USSR. But in later episodes, they just said from Eastern Russia or from Eastern Europe, which they could have just said from Russia. It would have been fine. But anyways, Linka, who was from Russia, her cousin lived in the U.S. And he got addicted to this drug, and he got addicted to it bad. Well, the episode ends with him overdosing,
Oh.
and they're literally trying to give him CPR and try to do like mouth to mouth, and then they're like, "I'm sorry, he's dead." And that was like an on-screen death in the show, because you just see him fall over, and they're trying to do first aid to him, and they're like, "No, he died." And of course, she's crying into like somebody's arms and everything, and yeah, it ends on a very bad note. Of course, they call Captain Planet, and he comes and beats the shit out of the villain because he's really pissed because somebody died, But it was a really emotionally charged episode.
All right,
I remember as a kid.
We are behind on the comments. If you could read those, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah. It's been a long day. Show a modern lib anything from the 90s in their head would be lost. Yeah.
Yeah, like just like Tim Curry doing Toxic Love. It's like.
I got to get into that in a second. The whole Ferngully thing, but yeah. As like, listen, guys, my childhood in the 2000s. Okay, yeah. The origin of Clayface was just as dark as Two-Face. It was, dude. It was perfect. I believe a Japanese studio actually animated that episode. But it's actually perfect. Ferngully, you will love my Toxic love.
Yo, dude, toxic love. Slime beneath me.
There you
Slime.
Slime and love.
Like, only Tim Curry could make toxic sludge sexy.
Tough.
They said that they had to tone that song down because some people were getting uncomfortable listening to Tim Curry sing it.
I can believe
Because
that.
Wonderful.
because in the song he's like, "You'll love my toxic love." That's literally how he sings it in the thing. It's like these moans and groans, and you're like, Jesus Christ.
He was having fun.
Oh, he was having fun with that song. Harley's episode where she captured Bats and had him dead to rights. Yep, that was a good one. Peak Children's Animation Show.
Was a good one.
Grandpa Nick, what was the 90s like? Well, let me sit around and let me tell you how it all started. Stop singing. I killed song. Don't bring it back. Start singing. Yep, it was a good show. One of my favorite band episodes was Pokemon, where James had fake breasts.
Oh, Beauty and the Beast. The fact that I knew exactly the name of the episode. I
don't
love
remember
the
that.
episode because they enter like a bikini contest. It's also one of those episodes that furthers the Professor Oak is screwing Ash's mom because they're vacationing together. And I love that the end of the episode, Delilah wins the beauty contest.
I don't remember that Captain Planet episode. Few do, because like I said, it was a banned episode. They aired it like maybe once or twice, and then it got pulled because they were like, "This is way too heavy for kids," and they didn't like that. They didn't like that it actually had an on-screen death, that someone actually died. And then Nathaniel says, "Heck, dinosaurs did a drug episode." Oh, I remember that.
Oh yeah, the Happy Plan. I remember that. Yeah.
But they did it. A little bit. You know, it was tongue in cheek because they were supposed to be a family of carnivores, and he had broccoli in like a little
You have but one.
in a little dime bag, and they're like, "I found this in your sock drawer, son." And he's like, "It's not mine. I'm holding it for somebody." You know, and it's like, "Broccoli, son. You know, what's next? You know, what are you going to eat? Leaves? You know, like, yeah." So it was like,
yeah,
supposed to be like
a herbivore
supposed to be like
kind of thing.
herbivore. Yeah.
Oh,
but yeah,
Dinosaurs
that
was
was
such a subversive show. Like, I remember, like, do you remember the episode where the sister discovers the Earth is round?
yeah.
Like, the angel was supposed to give her, like, the recipe for brownies. But he was supposed to give the, recipe to Copernicus instead.
Yeah, Dinosaurs was such a great show.
I can see your food, Marv. And it can see me, it's staring right back at me. And then he pulled the food out. It's like, oh, I had a hat wet too. And then, like, they pulled out a little top hat from his teeth.
Yeah. I like the end episodes where the dinos had the asteroid impact. Yeah, basically the whole show ends with everybody dying on the Ice Age.
Gotta love me.
Not the mama.
Oh, remember?
And for all those young whippersnappers asking what the hell we're talking about, in the 90s there was a fully
No CG used.
no CGI, but it was like a mixture of animatronics and puppeteering and costumes.
So basically used the turtle method. The same, like, turtle costume method.
Yeah, same thing they used for Ninja Turtles, basically. It was a show about a family of dinosaurs, and, you know, it was a sitcom, you know, and, of course, they would go through modern problems, but they always put, like, a prehistoric twist on it. Like I said, you know, oh, what are you, a herbivore, son? What do you do? A hoarding, you know, broccoli in your sock drawer? You know, yeah. I love the show whenever they popped on the Weather Channel. It's talking about bad weather and how extremely bad it is.
Yeah. and how like, oh, so we're on Pangea.
One show I really liked in the '90s, and this was this is I guess this is gonna be the topic of the night is '90s cartoons. Is the thing about I love about the '90s was there was this raw energy.
Mm-hmm.
You had anime. To me, I think the '90s, the '80s and the '90s are considered golden eras of animation, especially for TV.
I would say I think the 2000s gets a little underappreciated with the animation because the 2000s still had some bangers.
It does some bangers, but I think the '90s alone is just had this. There was this feel to it.
It had aura.
Everything had this. It had this raw, grittiness to it. There was, everything had this. Yeah, a lot of it didn't have this, nice, colorful shellac over it. Everything was raw and dirty, and
Beavis and Butthead, buddy.
Yeah, like Beavis and Butthead. That's what I'm saying. Like it just had this, I don't know how to explain it. It was just this aura around
I'm just gonna say, if we get to 10 likes, I will do the Great Cornholio.
Cornholio, 3 pieces of one hole.
So we're at 7 likes. If we can get to 10 likes, I will do the Great Cornholio.
Are you touching me?
What's the comment saying?
Are you touching me? I love it. Okay. Anyone heard Growing Up Creepy or Billy and Mandy?
I think it was a bit after my time. I remember there was this one episode where they were like, oh, here's where I think Billy or like one of the kids was the Grim Reaper, and they were like, dude, did you just fart on stream?
No, I burped.
That's somehow worse.
If I farted, I know you knew it.
No, they're like, it's his to-do list. His what? His to-do list. Like, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, like Billy and Mandy and stuff like that. Like, I know of them and I've seen a few things, but again, that's kind of when I was more of an adult and I stopped watching a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, that's why I think like a lot of the people who talk about the '90s shows and they like leave the 2000s, and it's mostly because they just weren't watching them.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, I was an adult at this time. I had just graduated high school at this time.
In college, I was busy getting laid. All the stupid stuff.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm just saying, I was, trying to work on, getting a job and everything like that, and starting out, being started out as a brand new adult, So I really didn't watch a lot of stuff. I did watch here and there, but I basically, because you're an adult and you have to start adulting and start doing stuff, you don't have a lot of time to sit around and watch Cartoon Network all day, as you are when you're in high school and middle school and elementary. So I missed a lot of those 2000 stuff.
God, this puzzle. Yeah, I'm just gonna look it up myself.
4Kids ruined a lot with their censorship. They did. A lot of the censorship was unnecessary and just overkill.
Oh, you don't like finger guns? You don't like taking a cigarette, turning it into a lollipop?
Yeah. I've already liked that show. Can't do it any more than that. Claymation, slime, gritty, grunge, pest, grunge, 90s mess. That's pretty much what it was. Yeah, that kind of a grungy stuff, but I was still watching Batman and Superman animated series sequels in the early 2Ks, yep. What's called is but anyways, because I used to remember like staying up late at night watching things like Liquid Television, and that was where you got to watch a lot of experimental animation from people. Some of the stuff went on to become actual like shows, like Eon Flux which that's such a weird ass fucking show.
Oh, yeah.
I understand there's a vague plot to it, but that shit is just surrealism. That's just an excuse to have surrealist stories that don't really make any damn sense. Um, but because when I would watch it, I would be intrigued by what I was watching, but have no idea what the hell I was watching. you know. Um, but anyways, one of my favorite shows from the '90s, which was more for an adult, was The Critic.
Oh, yeah.
I absolutely love The Critic. One of my favorite all-time shows. I'm pretty sure a lot of people know what it is. John Lovitz had his own show. Where he played a film critic, and yeah, my favorite episode of that is when the mother and father, his mother and father, go on vacation, and they end up the plane ends up crashing in like the Pacific on like some tropical island, and the dad has like dementia. The dad has really bad dementia, so like on the way to the airport, he's like honking his horn and swerving all over the road, and his wife is like, she's like, Harold, what are you doing? And he's like, damn it, lady, can't you see what danger we're in? And then you see like from his vision, and you see like Donkey Kong throwing barrels down the road, and he's like swerving. And he's like swerving out of the way, and every time he honks his horn, the car jumps. So he's like, can't you see what terrible situation we're in? It's like the Donkey Kong throwing barrels at him.
What's the comment saying?
And then let's see here. Before Powerpuff Girls aired, the original title for was the Whoop Ass Girls. Yeah, I don't remember watching The Critic. If you do get a chance,
they had the Simpsons crossover.
Yeah, they had a Simpsons crossover. We watched Critic is funny as hell. Yeah, Powerpuff Girls. Well, let me finish this thought before we get into that. So, anyways,
gosh,
so they get on the plane, and the plane is like this real rickety ass plane, which doesn't make any sense because his parents are like filthy rich. They're like Rockefellers. And but they leave it to the dad to charter this plane, which again he has dementia, so he doesn't know what the hell he's doing at the time. So they charter this plane, and it looks like a plane from like 1950s, 1940s, and they're up there flying, and the plane is bumping all over the place, and the wife is complaining about it. She's like, "Oh, this is a terrible turbulence." And so, like, he's like, "Well, you know what? I'm going to go up there and give the pilot a piece of my mind. Tell him he needs to drive this a little bit better." So he goes up there, and there's a penguin sitting on several phone books with a little pilot's hat, and he's like with like a pilot's goggles, and he's flying the plane, and the dad looks down and goes, "Wait a minute. Penguins can't fly. Penguins can't fly," which is a 2-point joke because they can't fly planes, but they also can't fly because of whales and birds. And then he's like, "Penguins can't fly," and then he reaches down and pulls up a bottle of whiskey and goes, "And he's been drinking." And eventually the plane crashes, and they're all like. They all have one parachute, so they're all clinging to each other while they're falling to the island. And he's like, "Oh, thank God we're all still here." And then you hear the penguin's like, "Wah wah 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 wah." No, I still think I don't care how many stewardesses you banged, you're still a bad pilot. Let's see here. Courage the Cowardly Dog was one of my guilty pleasures on Cartoon Network. Oh my god! So with Courage the Cowardly Dog and Powerpuff Girls and Johnny Bravo and all those cartoon shows, they started out as What a Cartoon. And What a Cartoon was basically a 7-minute pilot episode of different cartoons. And they had a bunch of, they would just show them like in reruns. And the ones that got the most popular, they would actually give them a show. So the Powerpuff Girls started out as a 7-minute pilot that they would just air randomly. This was mostly for like filler. So if like, for some reason, they had 7 minutes, like, you know, something ended a little shorter than what they had expected, they would throw out these What a Cartoons as a filler, you know, to the next show. You know, just to fill in space instead of having like 7 minutes of commercials. So we got Powerpuff Girls fell in this category. You got Johnny Bravo, Courage the Cowardly Dog. If you can actually find these pilots, they're a little bit more, I want to say they got a little more sanitized when they became actual shows, but they actually had a little bit like edge to them as the pilot episodes.
Cow and Chicken.
Yeah, Cow and Chicken was one. Was one that was on the What a Cartoon. I'm trying to think of what else. They had a bunch of weird ones.
But could you catch up with the comments, please?
Yeah. Space Ghost Coast to Coast started it all.
God, yes.
Exactly. Space Ghost Coast to Coast started the whole thing here. What sucks is there was a cartoon that was really amazing where Dracula had to suck the blood out of his victims, but Igor screwed up and gave him a 9-year-old girl. Yes, I remember that one. It was instead of Mina Harper, it was Nina Harper. So you messed it up. I remember that one. And that would have been a cool little cartoon. It was actually a cute little pilot, and I really would have liked that. Where, like, you know, Dracula basically was, you know, had to befriend this little 9-year-old girl. It was actually a very cute little cartoon. I would have liked it. Courage was cool because of the Space Chicken's family showed up in the later episode. Yeah, the first episode had to do with the Space Chicken, and I remember it was really weird. A little bit edgy. Yeah, it was a little. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It was a little bit edgier on the pilots, and then they just kind of got a little bit more sanitized, a little bit more. I want to say kid friendly, even though they are. I thought.
We got Herman in the chat.
Yeah. Herman's one says a little bit. Quite a few series actually started as guests of Space Ghost. That's where we got Aqua Teen Hunger Force. That actually made its debut on Space Ghost Coast to Coast.
One show, like, okay, so this is 2000s, but it's core memory. Squidbillies.
See, I never really cared for Squidbillies. I don't know. I've watched a few episodes, but I couldn't get into it. It was that beginner, that like very cheap animation, and they expected you to watch it because you were absolutely freaking stoned out of your mind.
Yeah, that was like me, like hanging out with my friend. It's like 2 a.m. We'd watch Squidbillies.
Well, because they would have, you know, you'd have a show where like you'd have a guy be like, hey, look at that. Look at that over there. Hey, check that out.
Oh gosh.
Yeah. You know, anyway, and that would be like, that would go on for like 5 minutes. And I'm sitting there going, what that? I think
but
this is
dumb. Abstract, man.
But if you rewatch it in the context that you're high off your mind, it's high art.
Yeah, that's kind of the problem I have with some of that stuff. Yeah.
That's a problem with a lot of Adult Swim stuff, is you have to be absolutely stoned to get it. But it says quite a few series. All I could say is return the slab. So what I learned yesterday was looking at some old voice actors, and apparently the guy who voiced Coop from Megas XLR was the dad in Wizards of Waverly Palace.
Oh
Okay.
wow.
I didn't know Squidbillies existed. I couldn't stand Squidbillies. Rip Banjo and Jumbles. Banjo!
Well, you want to talk about like crazy cartoons? The Donkey Kong show.
I never watched it. I've seen little bits on the internet, but I never watched it.
Oh my god, it was a sight to behold.
But see, like the thing was when Space Ghost Coast to Coast came on, the thing was it wasn't aired or it wasn't advertised. Usually, um, you know, it was kind of this thing that would just come on at like midnight, you know, just out of nowhere, and it was almost like your TV was getting taken over.
We are
And
television set.
pretty much, yeah. And the thing was, like, this was before Adult Swim. So Space Ghost Coast to Coast would come on. And, you know, I think normal stuff would happen after that. But yeah, like, you know, you had Space Ghost Coast to Coast. And then eventually, like, in the early 2000s is when they started doing, like, you know, the Adult Swim stuff. Because the thing was, the reason why Cartoon Network was so great in the 90s was because there was like two guys running it. And the thing was, Ted Turner made Cartoon Network because he had bought a bunch of cartoons. He owned a bunch of cartoon studios. He owned a bunch of different companies. And what he did was he wanted to get a channel where he could just play these cartoons 24 hours and just, you know, let them run, you know. And that would be it.
Like a network of cartoons, essentially.
Well, that's what it was. It was Cartoon Network, and that's all it would be. Was just it'd be reruns of old Hanna-Barbera cartoons and Warner Brothers and things like that. Just endless loop, and didn't give it any thought about it. Just be like, oh, it's a cartoon channel where it's a channel plays just cartoons and you know whatever, you know. And that was it. It would just let the syndication run basically. And so he only put like two guys in charge of it. Well, those guys had a lot of creative freedom to do what they did. And that's where we got a lot of like the really cool bumpers between shows, a lot of little funny stuff like, you know, in between shows and stuff. That's where we got, you know, Cartoon Network Studios where they started doing like, you know, their own in-house stuff, and we got like Coast to Coast and all that because because pretty much they were just given that freedom to do whatever. And they had so much stock footage and all that stuff of animation that they could do it.
Yeah, they're essentially doing what a lot of YouTube animators in the 2000s were doing like 10 years early.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Core memory unlocked. Jason.
Right.
Adult Swim sound is just a metal hammer hitting a shape puncher. Not originally. That's the black bumper thing came later, and I really don't like that. I like the original Adult Swim where it was like they'd always have people in the pool, and they'd be all right, all the kids get out. It's time for Adult Swim. Time for Adult Swim. Everyone get out of the pool. And they play anime, and they play Aqua Teen Hunger Force and Sea Lab 2021.
Like
Love those shows.
When Tsunami came back, it was, you know, like that was like that was a big deal.
I remember when Tsunami first started. I remember watching the very first episode of Tsunami. It came on St. Patrick's Day, March.
Tom wasn't the original host.
Nope, it was Moltar from Space Ghost Coast to Coast. Yeah, it was Moltar from Space Ghost Coast to Coast. It came out on March 17th, which was St. Patrick's Day in like 1997, and it had three shows. It had like Thundercats, New Adventures of Johnny Quest, and I can't remember what the other one was.
Show. The Johnny Quest show was pretty good.
The New Adventures of Johnny Quest was awesome. Oh my god, I would say bring that back. That shit was fucking awesome too.
Yeah, I love like the VR segments, and like they've aged better because they're supposed to be kind of video gamey.
Yeah. Um, I would love if they did that. They remade that back and remade it like good and not stupid how they do shit today.
Hmm.
Oh my god, it'd be awesome. Again, that was another show. Again, that was another show that didn't talk down to the audience. It had some like really good concepts and really good story ideas and stuff.
I'm even like going
Um,
back and watching the original Johnny Quest. Uh, like it's dated, but it still kind of works. Like the animation is a bit jank, but yeah.
oh yeah. My favorite episode of the original Johnny Quest is the Invisible Monster. That shit scared the piss out of me.
That is the lesson we teach.
Um, let me get these comments real quick. I'll elaborate. If you can ever watch that episode, it's really good.
When a
Um,
did you not feel a moment? What
It
purpose?
says Corbin Rimlock. I like Super Jail. Um, I kind of sort of like Super Jail.
Perhaps
I'm not a huge fan of it. Most episodes, I like most of it, but you know,
all life must compete. So it is the same amongst them. So it behooves you, and normally this would be against another.
I think if Super Jail came out today, even though it was really close to like now, I think if it came out in today's climate, people would get pissed off at it. Mostly because of Alice the Guard. Oh, nasty Alice. Space Ghost Coast to Coast was actually Cartoon Network's first self-made cartoon. Yep, pretty much. 10 likes already, lol.
Not
Full
yet.
dark side reached.
Yeah, we're going pretty dark here, guys.
Core memory is just strange. I remember I remember the wired pool stuff for adults. Oh yeah, the pool stuff. Yeah, Toonami was where I learned about DBZ. It's where a lot of people did. Tom and Toonami was fire. Cartoon Network, Cartoon Friday made me feel special. Yep, I remember Cartoon Friday. That was awesome. I think Dexter's Lab. Dexter's Lab was actually a cartoon also. That started out as just a pilot. Let me see here.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to prep for this one a little bit more. Oh, what the fuck?
I actually watched DBZ. It came on actually Fox, I believe, in the early I think 96 or 97. I remember watching it. It came on like Fox Network, but it wasn't part of the Fox Kids thing. But it came on at like 6 a.m. or 7 a.m. on Saturday morning, like really early. And I remember watching it, and this is the Ocean dubs, by the way.
Oh.
So instead of having Vegeta sound like this, it was having Vegeta sound like this. Yeah. But anyways, you had Brian Drummond voicing Vegeta, and it was amazing. I loved it. But anyways, this was the Ocean dub version before we got the Funimation dubs. But yeah, we had the Ocean dub, and I remember watching it and thinking, "Wow, this is crazy!" Like it was just so different from all the other action cartoons I watched, and it was actually serialized. You know, it wasn't just like, oh, everything get tidied up in 30 minutes. You know, it wasn't a self-contained story. So I remember like all summer long watching the Saiyan saga. Like every Saturday morning, I went and woke up and I made sure to wake up and watch that. And I watched the entire Saiyan saga, and I just on the edge of my seat the entire time. I'd never seen anything like it. Jason Hammond says, "Off to bed, you guys. See ya." But yeah, like back to Ferngully, what we were talking about. If you go back and watch Ferngully today, it might be a little bit uncomfortable.
Really? How so?
There is so much sexual tension in that damn cartoon.
I mean, that's like a lot of animation back then. Like,
Oh, I know,
So
but
much
like,
animation was just unabashedly horny.
oh, I know, but I'm just saying. But especially Ferngully, there was some where it was just like it was really horny.
I mean, I guarantee you, James Cameron watched that and be like, you know, I could make a really crappy Trail of Tears knockoff with the story.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. And we didn't get a cool villain like Nexus or Hexus, or I think it was no Hexus. That's what it was. Yeah, Hexus. That was his name.
I'm also
In the
convinced that James Cameron knows of the comparison to Avatar: The Last Airbender, and he's purposely trolling people.
Oh yeah.
Alright,
But but yeah, that I mean that show was or that movie was like really horny, and of course you had on top of that you had like I said again you had Tim Curry's number, Toxic Love.
slime beneath me, slime up above.
Ooh,
Hello?
you love my
Toxic love.
toxic love.
Oh,
Yeah, like that's
it's
exactly
like,
how he's
alright,
taking it.
we need to dust for fingerprints. Oh, fingerprints? No, fingerprints. Oh, that's boring. See, that's what I love. Like, my favorite genre is, like, that went over my head as a kid.
Oh yes. No fingerprints. I don't think so. Minerva Mink. Hello, nurse. Oh yeah, that. Believe me, I was old enough to get that joke. Hello, nurse.
Don't be a sniveling.
I gotta admire kind of the bravery of these people. Like, I literally just killed the two most powerful Sith in this academy, and they still want to fight me.
I think one of my favorite lines from Animaniacs is where they were getting schooled or they were like in class, and the teacher was like asking Yakko to conjugate, and he goes, "Really? I never even kissed a girl." Or they're doing a spoof of the Maltese Falcon, and they're like, "Give us the bird," and he goes, "Well, we would, but the Fox censors won't allow it." Or one of my favorite ones, oh my god, Freakazoid. I love that show.
Oh, that show.
Freakazoid is my kind of humor. It's so fucking random.
Oh, freak out!
Yeah, I love that show. Hey, Cosgrove, how come you never got married? I like meat too much. Well, you can be married and still like meat. Huh. I didn't know that. That was a little bit. That kind of flew over some kids' heads.
I'm slaughtering them like animals.
And they would. And what I love is they would just keep on beating a like they would have a running gag in an episode, and they would beat it like a dead horse, but it's still funny. Like there was one episode where like they kept bringing up the little motorboats at Disneyland and how they're discontinued, and every time Freakazoid would just go into like just a depressive like state, but they kept that running gag going throughout the whole episode. And it's like, did you hear? What? They stopped the little boat rides at Disneyland. Oh my god. Don't worry, my boy. The Imagineers at Disneyland are on something they'll make something just as fun. You promise?
And then
It was like Deadpool. It was like Deadpool, basically. Yeah. The thing was, that's what I loved about it was he didn't defeat he didn't defeat the enemies through like cunning or overpowering them. He defeated them by annoying the absolute fuck out of them. Like, yeah, he just pissed them off.
I just slaughtered the Sith Academy.
Yeah.
What's the comment?
Or he had his Freakazoid ruled. It was like Deadpool, best Sunday morning cartoon, no contest. Exactly. Um, I loved. They had one episode where he introduced his new sidekick, Handman, and it was basically a whole. The whole episode was basically like, um, oh, I forgot the guy's name who used to do the hand puppet. Um, but he basically had googly eyes and a face painted on his hand. And he's like, "You can't defeat my new sidekick. It's just his fist." And he's like, "Well, you did it, Freakazoid." He's like, "You're right." And then he has like another hand come up with a wig and lipstick, and it's like, "Oh, Handman, you're my hero." "Oh, I know." And then they're playing the music in the background. You know, as they're just making out. And then they go on this whole tangent of them going on a wedding, and he shows like them on a pillow kissing and making out, and it's really just his hands. It's so stupid. And that's what I loved about it. It was stupid for stupid's sake, but it was actually funny. Oh my god. I need to watch some episodes of that. I love listening to like I think it's Rob Paulson. Uh, or whoever did the voice for Freakazoid, I don't know, but I love hearing like I love hearing like stories from voice actors from that era and all the stuff that they used to do and all the shit that went on in the recording booths. That sounded like that was just a magical time.
I bet.
And as much as Mark Hamill is like crazy, um, you know, as much as I don't like Mark Hamill because of his political views and he's kind of stupid nowadays, I still would have loved to seen him in the booth in the '90s as the Joker because I heard that like other voice actors, you know, they would sit in the booth and they would sit on their stool and they would read their lines and they would they would do their acting and everything. But they said he would just be standing up, jumping up, have his hands waving around, you know, when he's doing the Joker. You know, he just got. They said he was just so animated in the voice booth.
Oh dang. But
I am moron. I come to Earth to deliver important message. What's the message? I forget.
Yes, what's in your mind?
I think I remember that episode. It was like a
Yes, what's in
I think it was like a ET parody,
You do. You got the skills.
and he was like, "Why don't we just phone home?" And he's like, "Do you
I'm not,
who's your and this joke is still dated."
it's not
He's like, "Who's your long distance service provider?"
How can I help?
I don't think I have one.
Yes, I did.
And then all of a sudden, it hard cuts to like footage from like World War II of like tanks and bombs and everything, and
As I said,
uh, kamikazes and shit, just all this destruction. And it goes at that moment, MCI, Sprint, and AT&T went to war over who would provide him
all right.
long distance coverage.
All right. So, chat, let me know what planet are we doing next. So the options are Manan, that's the ocean one. We can go to Kashyyyk. We could go to Dave Filoni's favorite brothel, Tatooine.
Yeah.
Um,
Wait, is Kashyyyk's a Wookiee planet, isn't it?
yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was just trying to remember. Well,
Uh,
we can't forget about that. That's a strategic,
but what
spot. We can't
about
let the
what
Empire
about
take
the
that.
Sith attack on the Wookiees?
Yeah, what about that?
Alright.
Planet Snoo Snoo.
I wish.
Time to
Unfor-
wake up. Let's pack our bags and go together.
Unfortunately, Nar Shaddaa isn't available till the next game. For those who don't know, Nar Shaddaa is basically is Space Vegas.
Okay. Yeah, I'd go to Planet Snoo Snoo.
Mm-hmm. Where the most
First the large women,
Tatooine
then the
is really
petite
cool.
women, then the large women again.
The star map would like it. I suspect there are no doubt things.
How did the last guys die? Crushed pelvises. Yes! skeleton with a unlit cigarette in its hand.
Alright, so. Alright, so.
My God, it's also hard to believe that show is 25 years old. Also,
Welcome to America. First,
uh,
Zerka Corporation.
Futurama.
You know,
Well, that was
this will cover any. Now,
Alright, so let's level up Basila.
Philip J. Fry is my spirit animal. All right.
Yeah?
So I watched a video a while back where it was doing the
that's
conspiracy. Yeah, where they were doing the conspiracy of was Nibbler always the one that pushed him in the
I've seen
thing?
that video. Sorry.
And the thing it wasn't just that they watched like the first episode. It was they had to watch. They watched like
It was a screener.
somehow they had
Screener.
it was a pre-screening of the show, and he had found it, and
Like you
and
could not find more definitive proof.
yeah, this was basically a pilot, and because they said that the theory was that they just went back and retconned it, or they went back to the original episode and changed it. So this VHS tape was like the definitive proof, and sure enough, his shadow was in it. So yeah, so they did plan it from the very beginning, that plot twist, which is kind of really cool foreshadowing. I love stuff like that, where people do subtle foreshadowing, and you can go back and find little clues and stuff where they had let you on. I love when creators do that.
Yeah.
Instead of just going, oh, I remember something in the past, I'm gonna make that relevant. I watched that video too. Okay, cool. I guess it wasn't the only one else. Everybody knows what I'm talking about. Great, we're all on one page.
Yeah, yeah, that was a good video.
That was a really good video. Yeah, I forgot where he had got that from. Like, was it eBay or something?
I think.
I can't remember where he got that that screener video, but it was like something like they gave it out to like some affiliate, like Fox affiliate, I think. Yeah, so it was like in a box full of stuff.
In a cave with a box of scraps.
Yeah, pretty much. Oh man. So So I have two projects I'm gonna be working on in the future. I have
What do you have?
I have the Sega Nomad.
Ooh. What do you think of
Uh,
that?
I got I, I got one the other day.
Mm.
Relatively cheap.
Relatively, that's the
Uh,
key.
that's the key. Basically, it was the lowest price I had seen one. Still expensive as shit, but I was like, I'll get it. Um, um, it said it wasn't working, and I love when they say they aren't working because they usually are. Um,
Oh, thank you.
so
My
I,
husband
I I
couldn't-
plugged it up, turned it on. Uh, was getting power, but there was no screen or anything. So I took a cartridge and I just jammed it in and out of the cartridge slot just to kind of like maybe clean off some, I don't know, any kind of residue that would be on there or any kind of corrosion, so it can make a cleaner contact. And sure enough, I did it a few times, put it in there, turned it on, game pops up. But the screen is
Oh.
completely burnt. So the screen does need to be replaced. Replaced. It needs a new speaker because it may not need a speaker because it
Nathan
does need.
Brown. I hope you have a wonderful night. You take care.
Oh yeah, take care, buddy. See you later.
Sorry. He was
Thanks
like,
for being on.
sorry. Like,
Oh, I know. Thanks for coming to the stream. We appreciate it. What's everyone's favorite Futurama episode minus 1 million cool points if it's Jurassic Park? Um, my favorite episode of Futurama, what would it be?
we
There's
all
so
know the
many
best
good
one.
episodes.
Death by Futu. And I love how the computer was played by B. Arthur.
Oh yeah. You know what? I that's a good episode. I really do like it, but I think definitively my favorite episode is um
Why you threat? I don't
and then I'll donate our kids' organs to zoos for meat. And I'll go into people's house at night and wreck up the place. Richard Nixon. And it's like, did you see those guys out there? They ate me alive. Yes, but you really did resonate with the robot community. You showed a lot of charisma. Richard Nixon with charisma? My God, I could rule the universe.
I do think the Marilyn Monroe bot episode was pretty ahead of its time.
It was pretty ahead of its time. I kind of agree with it a little bit, like because I love that little informational video they had where it was like,
It took 20 years. But
Yeah.
like, we're kind of at the point where it's starting to come to fruition.
yeah, it's like, hey son, would you like to go out and earn some money through a paper route? No thanks, Dad. I'd rather just stay home and make out my Marilyn Monroe bot. Hey son, would you like to go invite that pretty girl next door over? No, I'd rather go out and make out with my Marilyn Monroe bot.
I like how the
Then-
girl
then the
literally
girl-
throws herself at him.
Yeah, she's like, hey, you want to come to my house and make out? Gee, Mavis, you live across the street, and that's really a long ways to go to make it out. I'd rather just stay here and make out with my Marilyn Monroe bot.
Emotional entanglements can be
Hey, I can understand it. You know, shit. Sometimes you get less hassle.
Yeah, and
Now,
honestly, with today's dating scene as well.
very close.
I know, but you know what? I did see that the other day. You know how they have those like artificial intelligence robots that like they have it like these like I don't know conventions or whatever, and they look human, and they have like realistic facial expressions, and people ask them questions and stuff.
Yeah.
Well, they had one like that where she still had like a robotic looking body, but they had like, but she had a face that looked more human. You know, it actually had the right kind of skin tones, and actually an actual wig to look like it had hair. And the guy went to go give it a kiss, and the robot actually put her arms around his waist and pulled him in, and was like went to force like a kiss on him.
Robot
And I was
SA.
like, yeah, she was ready to just, she was ready to plant one on him back. And he got kind of freaked out when she grabbed him and pulled him in. But I was like, here it is, folks, Marilyn Monroe robot. We're here. Futurama was right. We're gonna be having robot girlfriends in a little bit. Be delivered same day on Amazon Air.
Oh God. Sorry, your Amazon Prime subscription. Like my favorite part is when she's all natural sounding, and then when she says the name, it's all like text to speech.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I love you so much, Billy Smith. Yeah. You two are welcome. Okay, awesome. The string is towards the top for me. Multiple series ending episodes are also top tier. Multiple series endings. Yeah, because Futurama has ended several times. Now, speaking of like Futurama and all that, you know what I really didn't like? I really didn't like Disenchantment.
Really?
I really didn't care for it. The one on Netflix.
Yeah.
I thought it went. I thought a lot of the jokes. They spent too much time on the jokes, and it kind of like, you're like, yes, I get it, and they keep like trying to hit the punchline several times. And it's like, yes, I get the joke, and then like a lot of the story, I just didn't. I don't know. I didn't like. I don't know. I didn't find it funny, and the thing is, it falls in that trope of watching people get high is not funny.
But the people who write it think it's like the height of comedy.
They think it's the height of comedy. So like, there was always an episode where they would just get high as shit, and it wasn't really that. You're like, okay, I'm gonna skip ahead because it wasn't that funny. It was like, okay, whatever. Now, if you're high as shit and watching it, then it's probably hilarious. But yeah,
some of modern writing is just predicated on like you got to be as high as shit to like find it funny, and I'm just like, come on, dudes. That's kind of my problem. Is so much of it just can't be done sober. Like especially like how much of it society revolves around alcohol. Like I actually don't blame Gen Z for not doing much alcohol.
Yeah. But like, I don't know. I like the fact that it had a more serialized storyline. But it just kind of went off weird tangents, and I just didn't appreciate it. I thought there was a lot better stuff that could have happened. I thought it could be written a lot better. I don't know. I think a lot of the jokes land flat.
There's a lot of other shows that are kind of like that too.
Yeah, there's a lot of shows like that, and I had high hopes for it because it's Matt Groening, but it's almost like it's more like late. It's more like modern Simpsons than it is like good Futurama. So yeah, where it's like, I don't know. I mean, I appreciate the lore he was trying to make and stuff like that, and there actually are some real funny parts in it, but like I think there's like one season I haven't seen yet. It might be the last season, I don't know, but I just have no desire to go back and watch it.
Right.
'Cause I was like, it's a big meh to me. I give it a C-.
So like, Speaking of animation, have you heard that Disney has been like bring back in some of their old animators from the '90s to teach the younger generation how to animate, like people from the animation Renaissance era?
Yeah, and I don't know how to feel about that. I don't know if it's going to be horrible or it's going to be
I
good.
mean, just on its own, on a surface level, I think it's a good thing. Like,
I think it's a good thing on its own, but my thing is you can teach you can teach these people how to animate, but you can't teach these people how to make something good.
see, and the
And
problem
that's
is, are we going back to ink and paint 2D animation? Because I am tired of this like spline. Because like I saw King of the Hill, the new King of the Hill, it looks terrible.
I thought it was all right.
Like this, like
I don't think it looks. I don't think it looks. I don't think it looks terrible, but I mean, it's definitely not, classic, pencil and ink.
Yeah, I liked how somebody said,
But
like, oh, and the original looked good. Yes, actually, the original King of the Hill looked actually pretty decent in terms of animation.
but so like, but my thing is like, you teach these new artists how to actually, do 2D animation. But the thing is, will they make something good, or will they just make stuff that looks good and still has terrible stories?
Yeah, yeah, that's kind of the problem.
That is the problem, and
Because
the problem is
because look at modern video games, not just modern video games, but also the problem I have with a lot of indie games is a lot of indie games, they look amazing, but it's all very basic gameplay.
yeah, and and like you just like we've talked about to death, these like stories that are way too preachy and talk down to you and stuff like that. um it's like a lot of people just forgot how to have fun.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the biggest thing. A lot of people have just forgotten, and it's almost, and that in itself almost sounds like a cartoon story, like a children's story. Like Disney evil. Somebody has sucked the fun out of the world, and that's where a lot of people are. They don't know how to have fun anymore. They don't know how to just let things go. Everything doesn't have to have a message. Everything doesn't have to have this. And even if it does, you can do it in such a great and entertaining way. Like we talked about Captain Planet. Yes, it was heavy-handed a lot of times. But the thing is, a lot of people still have fond memories of it because even though it was preachy at times, it was still entertaining to watch.
Mm-hmm.
We still like watching it just to watch it
Yeah,
because
Captain Planet, for example, Captain Planet.
Exactly. That's what I said. For example, because it was preachy at times, but we still it still was an enjoyable show to watch. Even if you didn't learn a damn thing. But yeah, that's just the problem with modern animation. That's why I heard years ago Don Bluth was coming out of retirement because he was just tired of the animation scene the way it is.
Yeah, he did a few Kickstarters, and I don't think they really went anywhere.
Yeah, they didn't go anywhere, and that was the problem. But I was excited when he came out because I was like, oh shit! I was like, a master of his craft is just come out of the retirement. And that's the thing. A lot of these old people need to. It's becoming a lost art, and it's scary.
Yeah, that's why they talk about knowledge being lost. You see it in a lot of industries.
Mm-hmm. People have just lost their way, and no one knows how to have fun anymore. No one knows how to just have good old fashioned entertainment. And and even during the like I said, even during the days when uh, every cartoon we had to watch had a message in it, had a moral lesson to learn. It was still pretty good. I mean, He-Man. He-Man. Every episode had a tacked on 30-second bit where it was like, today, what did we learn, kids? Peer pressure can be a definite thing, but you should definitely not give in to it, kids. If you're being peer pressured, go find a parent or a teacher and ask them what to do. I was like,
Ask me again.
that was what we dealt with, and even then it was, whatever. It was still a fun show to watch. I had to switch headsets here.
Yeah, we've
I just,
all right, Hooded Raven says, okay, it's been a hot day and I'm heading out. You guys have a good night. All right, Hooded Raven, you take care.
Well.
yep.
Oh,
I just imagine Hooded and Raven just sitting there in a recliner with the fan on, just blowing right on them.
Oh,
It's a hot day.
oh yeah, it definitely has been.
G.I. Joe pork chop sandwiches. Yes, my God, I love those.
Wait, what are those?
Pork chop sandwiches.
Are you talking about
You-
the PSA things?
Yeah. G.I. Joe. Hey, get off my leg, yo. Give him a stick. Don't give him a stick. Are you Buzz Lightyear? I love your movies. Hey kids,
But the unit proves
who wants a body massage? What did he say to us? I said, who wants a body massage? Those are so stupid. I love them. Lol, my modular home doesn't have AC, so yes, I'm sitting in a chair and there's a fan. Yeah, I was like, yeah, yep, just sitting there with the fan right on the family jewels. Got to cool those down. Oh, believe me, I know what it's like to live without AC, and it is not fun. Just sitting there, summertime, the sun's gone down, it's still hot and sticky. Oh my God! And woe to thee who actually had to lay on or sit on a leather piece of furniture.
Oh, or like, let's say you had a leather seating in your car.
Oh yeah, but I mean,
troubles me.
I've done that as a kid. Where I would have I would just be wearing like a pair of shorts, so I have like no shirt on, and
those are the worst.
and so you get up, and then the couch is like, no, bitch, you're gonna sit down.
You're gonna sit down.
Or that leather just sticking to your back. Oh my God, yeah.
And it's like when you get up, either in the car or, and I
no
just
one
like you
leaves
feel
anything
it
without
peel off of
proper
you.
authorization.
Oh yeah.
Well, that's all right.
Oh man. It almost sounds like the plot of a horror movie when you think about it.
Heading out into the desert?
When you have a leather couch, you're like, huh,
You're just another
I have a couch that's covered in skin.
But he's just a little some. Of course, he'll.
Oh man, I tell you what though, core memory unlocked though about summer and being hot is, oh man, and when you hear that jingle jangle come down from the down the street very faintly,
Yes.
and it gets closer and closer. Oh man. And you're scrambling looking for every bit of change
Like,
in your
it doesn't
pocket.
matter what you could have been doing. You could have been like at the final boss. You could have been facing Sephiroth himself, and like you hear that jangle, you turn that controller down. You threw that.
For me, it was always. You're like, oh God. People ask me, they say, Caster, what was your favorite ice cream truck ice cream? And I say the same thing. Anything with gumball eyes.
The Sonic ones.
Oh, I have a soft spot. I have a soft spot for like the gumball eyes or the gumball nose. And
Those
it
are
was a
fun.
shitty piece of bubble gum, but it didn't matter.
And
It
the
was
ice
fun to
cream
eat.
itself was like mediocre at best.
Oh, it was very mediocre. It was like uh, very lightly fruit flavored and just
What do
you
we got
know
for comments?
low. I personally hate summer. Anything above 70 with humidity is sucks. I'd rather work in negative 30 degrees wind chills than summer heat and humidity. Well, here's what I say all the time. All right, my lovely duckies, is that I there's you can only get so naked. Okay,
Like, there comes a
so
point where, like, you remove all your clothes, and you're just sitting
yeah,
on the beanbag chair naked, and it's still 90 degrees, and you're still sweating your balls off.
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, like I've done that many a night, where it's hot as hell. Um, you're begging your grandmother because you stay at your grandmother's for summer. You're begging your grandmother to turn the heat on or turn the AC on, but she don't want to waste the electricity. Quote. And but anyways, you're lying in bed, hot as balls, completely ass naked, laying in a pool of your own sweat because it's so damn humid. And there's nothing you can do. You got no covers on you or nothing. Completely naked in the bed, and you're just still sweaty and hot, and it's just oh my god, I hate it. It's ugh. But for me, it's like when it's cold, you can always put another blanket on. You can always turn on the electric heater, or you can turn on the electric blanket. You can put some sweatpants on, sweatshirt, and get underneath a bunch of layer. You can always put more stuff on, which is fine. I actually prefer the cold myself.
Yeah, I'm very much the same way.
Yeah, I prefer the cold. Now,
fall is my favorite season. I am a fall guy. Why did I say that?
I would say I like fall too, because it's nice. It's not too cold, but it's not too hot. But it is getting colder. Whereas spring is the same way. It's not too hot, not too cold. But the problem is every day is getting hotter than the last. It's heating up.
Yeah, basically my favorite temperature range is 60 degrees. That is my favorite temperature. Like, 50 is not bad, but 60 is perfect. The not
60
too hot,
is perfect.
I like it with a little bit of chill, especially if I can use hoodies.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, a little chill and a very light jacket or light hoodie is good. Now, I was dating for a while this girl from Africa.
You were dating a girl.
I was dating a girl. Yep, I was dating a girl from Africa. Yep.
Oh, so you had your own Wakandan princess. God.
I did. Yeah.
I
was dating a girl from
guys.
I was dating a girl from Kenya, and the thing was,
it rain down in Africa?
I did feel the rains down in Africa. Yes, I did. But the thing was, it would be 60 degrees outside. I'm wearing shorts, right? I'm loving it. She's looking at me like I'm absolutely nuts. She's got sweatpants at 60 degrees. She's got sweatpants, sweatshirt. She's got a heavy jacket, a toboggan, gloves, everything you would wear for heavy winter.
That reminds me of a story. So, I'm from Michigan, where it gets cold. So it was February. In Michigan, it's like 20, 30 degrees or whatever. I have to go down to Florida to help clean out. I think I had a relative die or something, and we had to clean out their storage unit or something. And so it's February, going from 30 degrees to 60 degrees. I'm just like clearing out the garage. I'm in shorts and a t-shirt. Everyone else is like in like frickin' parkas, and they're looking at me like I'm frickin' nuts.
Yeah, that's what she did. She looked at me like I was nuts, and she was like, "How can you stand that?" And I was like, "What? It's perfect." She's like, "No." She's like, "I'm freezing," and she's literally shaking. Like she's literally like her teeth are chattering. She's like, "It's cold." She's like, "How can you stand that? It's cold." And I'm like, "Ah, it's not cold at all, baby." And she's like, "Whatever." She's like, "You white people are crazy." And "Ain't got no white thing. That's just where we're from. That's a temperate climate thing." I
Yeah.
was like, "We all can't live near the equator like some people, where it's always balls hot." And that was the thing too. Yeah. So I was gonna say, I did that when I went to go over there, and it was in early March, so it was still freaking cold, and it's like 50, 40 degrees outside, just freezing cold. Then I go over to Kenya, where it's like 90 to 100. Boy, my system didn't know what to do.
Oh.
It was,
Caster.exe
yeah,
shut down.
yeah, pretty much.
And yes, the sound of shines. Spring and fall are the best seasons. Like, I like spring because, like, even though I like the cold, even like if it gets too like I too love it when the weather starts to begin to break, and it starts getting like 40 or 50 days, and it's so nice. It's such a great feeling to be done with winter.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing too. It's like I do like a warm day, but not hot. I do like a warm day where the sun is out and it's nice and bright, you know,
I will say though,
and
there is
the bodies don't smell that bad. It's a nice day.
I will say there are a few better feelings than like, it's been a hot day and you've been outside and it's been hot and you come in to an air conditioned room and like that cold just hits you and you're like, oh, it is like the best feeling in the world.
Oh, that's what I'm saying right now. I'm not saying it's hot outside right now, but you wouldn't know that because it's like January where I'm at. I got it. um, but I will tell you something. In the South, it is mandatory to sleep with a fan on 365 days a year. And anybody in the South will tell you the same thing because I don't know what it is, but everybody in the South has to sleep with a fan on. It could be minus 0 degrees outside, still got the fan in blowing.
I believe it.
Oh boy, oh boy. So yeah, back to the project I was talking about. Yeah, I was gonna do. I'm gonna try to. I'm gonna recap a Sega Nomad. It's usually a pain in the ass to do, but I'm gonna do it. I gotta install a whole new screen on it, and I kind of wanted to make a video about this or something. I don't know. Maybe I was gonna, do
Good.
do a space on X or something and talk about this, but it's something that I feel needs to be talked about in the modding community. That is, um, it's the hatred against companies like Retro Six.
Wait, what?
Okay, so you go on Reddit long enough in the modding community of Reddit, and you start talking about Retro Six, there'll be 1,000 people that will come up and tell you how shady they are, how they've stolen ideas from people, blah blah blah, this and that. I've never had a problem with them. Their products have always been great. Retro Six is a company. They make mod kits, and they also offer mod services. So if you can't do it yourself, you can pay them to do it. But they also on their website they offer mod kits and they offer things for everything, mostly handhelds. So you can get like new screens and buttons and all kinds of whatever to trick out your handheld, whatever it is. You can make it the ultimate handheld. They got all the stuff for it. But the thing is, I've heard people bitch and complain that they've stole this design from someone else or they stole this idea from somebody, and I'm like, where's the proof of it? I don't know where the proof is, but the thing is, and they want you to support the little guy, the little guy who has like, okay, there's this guy who sells these mod kits, and they want you to buy from him. Well, I go to him, and either his website doesn't work anymore, he doesn't sell them anymore, or he's out, and he's been out for 6 months, and I don't know when he's going to get another one in, because he's working on such a small scale. Or I can go to Retro Sticks.
Yeah. And the other problem.
Or I go to Retro Sticks and get one guaranteed.
The other problem is, a lot of these like fly-by-night people, they're kind of massive freaking pricks.
Yeah. And the thing is, like,
some of them are massive freaking pricks.
Some of them are, but like, okay, like for instance, so, there was this guy, who I befriended him on X. His name was Fraggle All or something like that, but it was basically like his whole like logo was like a Fraggle Rock thing, and but anyways, theme for his was Fraggle Rock, and but he had a little website and he would sell his own mod kits that he made himself and he developed himself. I actually communicate with him about asking if I can get some custom stuff made and stuff like that. And the thing is, he had a really good thing going, and I would support him, and I would try to buy things from him. And the thing is, eventually he only did that for COVID. He only started that business up because he was home at COVID. But once COVID kind of slowed down, he ended his business and said he's going to do like hiking and stuff because that was his true passion.
I mean, that was a lot of things. Like how, basically everyone started a podcast during COVID, or like everyone started like their projects, and as soon as COVID ended, you started to see a lot of them drop out. Yeah.
And I was like, damn, so you're just going to end a business like that? And he's just like, yeah. And I'm like, well, geez, now I can't get this and that anymore.
Well, sorry, sucks to be you, I guess.
And pretty much, yeah. So the thing is, like for instance, so there is a RGB bypass, triple bypass for the Sega Nomad, to where there is an RGB board / screen that you can buy for the Sega Nomad, and it outputs pure RGB, and it looks absolutely freaking amazing. I've seen screenshots of it. It looks absolutely amazing on the Sega Nomad. It is the best analog signal display you can get. The problem is it comes from Japan, and you can only buy it in Japan, and the guy only sells it to Japanese people.
So what about a middleman service?
That's the problem. It already costs $100. Now I got to pay more money to get somebody to go get it for me. So, and that's what I'm saying. That's what I hate about the mod community. It's so hard to get shit. And then on top of that, there's the triple bypass mod. If you can manage to get the only guy who makes the RGB board, if you manage to get it, then you can install the RGB triple bypass, which bypasses all the stuff to make the screen look a lot better. It's the same thing I do for the Sega Genesis and the Super Nintendo to make the signal look better. If you can finally get that on there, but the thing is, the guy who sells them, the only guy on the internet, is out of stock. And he's been out of stock. So it's like, I guess I'm just going to get the shitty, the regular shitty screen. and I just do the regular one. I can't make it. I can't give it the best possible video quality and make it like the ultimate Sega Nomad because there's so many hurdles to fucking go over, and that's what I hate. So then when I find there's a place like Retro Six that says, "Hey, we've got Game Gear screens and boards and stuff like here, bam, here it is." Sometimes they're out of stock, but they usually restock pretty quickly. You can check their.
They're
You
an
can
actual
usually
business.
within two.
They run an actual.
They're an
business.
actual. They're an actual business. They're an actual company, and you try to get it from these other guys, and it's like Jesus Christ, you got to pull so much teeth. You got to go all over the place, find a guy behind an alley, give him $20, try to find so he can so he can tell you the guy that goes it's like
Now I'm just
you got to
imagining.
run.
Now I'm just imagining a guy with like a trench coat. It's like, what you buying? And he puts his trench coat. It's just all circuit boards and like screens.
Yeah.
By the way,
What are you
if we ever
buying?
get, like, fan
What are you
animations-
selling?
By the way, if we ever get like fan animations who just like animate parts of it, I can't wait to see this one.
Yeah. What are you buying? What are you selling? I'll buy it at a high price. If anybody remember, I remember it was RE4. But yeah, so it's like I'm sitting there trying to find these parts and stuff, and it's like, but if you buy from Retro 6, they're the bad guy because they're the big guy. And I'm like,
why is it bad to buy from them?
why is it? And the thing is, they say, oh, they steal the design from somebody because apparently somebody came out with a amp for the Game Boy Advance, an audio amp, to where it makes the speaker twice as loud.
Okay, good for them.
And then, okay, good for them. And then, like a month later, the evidence is that a month later, Retro 6 came out with their own version of it, but it's a completely different design. But they say they came out with their own version, and they say, oh, well, they stole it from them.
And then, like, the guy who created the original version is nowhere to be found. Like, he's not even seen anymore.
Well, a lot of times they aren't, and you try to go get it from them, and it's either they're out or they've stopped doing business, or, like, for instance, there's a I forget who sells it, but there was and thank God there's people who've actually picked up the mantle, picked up the mantle, because there was a company that was selling a product called the Blinking Light Win. It was the Blinking Light Win. It's a tray replacement for the original NES. I have one. I've managed to get. I was lucky enough to fucking get one for my NES. But basically, it doesn't press down. You just push it in and it connects to the board. You don't have to push it down. And it's the last tray replacer you'll ever need. You don't need to buy any more pins or nothing. You just you push the game in vertically, and it's exactly how you would do with like a Sega Genesis, where you just insert it vertically. You just insert this one horizontally. Same thing, and it works every time. There's no blinking light, because the connection is always going to be good. There's no blinking light that the Nintendo will have. Also, it's region free, so you can play PAL games on it. Or if you have a converter, you can play Famicom games on it. But they don't make them anymore. The company that made it, gone. They don't make them anymore. You can go to their website and they'll be out of stock. But recently, there's been a group of people who have made a new NES tray replacer. And I'm grateful for them, but also they're out of stock. So I don't know if you want a tray replacer. I don't know where you're going to go to get one. Try to find one. Maybe someone's going to sell theirs. I don't know. But that's why I like some of these bigger companies that sell mod kits, because usually the kits are good. I've had faulty ones before, but I've gotten my money back and gotten replacements, so it's been fine. But but that's the thing I hate about. I love people coming up with something and making stuff innovative,
Yeah,
but
like
I hate.
like Crixus and the EverDrive stuff. Like, I know he got delayed because he was in Ukraine, and then I don't know if you've heard, but like there's a war going on there. So like he had
Is
a
there?
yeah, like he had a pretty legitimate excuse for not like doing stuff, you know.
Yeah, but like, but that's the thing. It's like you'll get a guy who makes something innovative, and they only make so many of them, and it's like, boom, there you go.
Mm-hmm.
So if you didn't get it when it first came out, well, then you're screwed. That's like the asshole that went and made the NES HDMI mod,
Mm-hmm.
and then that asshole went and quit and went and he quit making them. So okay, like my NES that I have has the triple or it has the RGB bypass mod where it outputs RGB and you have to have an upscaler and a converter to go to HDMI and all that. Well, this guy made a HDMI, the same exact concept, but instead of going to direct to RGB, it converts it directly to HDMI, and it has an HDMI port on the back, so you can just literally plug your Nintendo into a modern TV and play all your games because it interprets them as an HDMI signal, and they'll be all crisp and everything, and they look absolutely amazing. But the asshole who made it made so many, and then he stopped doing it because then he went and started working for Analog to make their shit. Yeah. So now he makes the clone consoles. So now, which I understand. It's like, okay, well, I'm just going to make a clone console. So if you want an NES, here, buy this clone NES, which is like,
Like Analog are cool,
okay.
but like they're just way too like. I think the Analog Pocket is a really cool like device. I would love to own one.
Yeah.
But they produce them in such low quantities.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Like these things are such low quantities.
And then like once they go out of stock, it's hard to get them again. Like you want to get like a Mega ST or a Super NT or whatever. Well, good luck with that.
Or a Retro Duo, yeah. An Analog Duo, which is like is basically a TurboGrafx 16 with the PC attachment, or the CD attachment.
Like they're doing
Good luck
an
getting one.
N64 Retro Duo thing, and that's cool. But like, I'm not gonna own one.
Good luck getting one. Which, to be fair,
they have gotten better.
Modding
Like,
it.
their earlier stuff was super bougie.
Oh, it was, but
Like $1,000
But to be
for
fair-
an NES in like a custom metal shell, and all they did was take the
Yeah.
board and put it in like a milled aluminum. They thought they wouldn't fall apple.
yeah. Well, they're to be honest though, the N64 is like extremely easy to mod. Yeah, yeah, it is super easy to mod and make it better. Like I did a N64 RGB mod for a friend, and I sent him N64 with it, and with the upscaling cables, and it looks amazing on a modern TV. But what's cool is the mod kit is actually very cheap and it's very easy to install.
So
Probably one of the easiest.
So here's a question for you. So I've been
All right.
thinking about getting a Dreamcast again.
All right.
Because like all the cool stuff happened in Dreamcast.
Uh-huh.
And how I know people who are like movers and shakers. Let's say I got a Dreamcast, what would be the best way? Like, what kind of mods would I need to do for it?
Well, there's different mods you can do for it. Like for right now, well, the first thing I would do is not really a mod, but an upgrade. This is what I did for my Dreamcast. There is a battery that is hard soldered to
Beep.
the
Every time you turn on the Dreamcast.
yeah. There's a battery that's hard soldered to the board. The best thing to do is to get there is a battery like holder that you can actually install on the board in its place, and that way you can just open up your Dreamcast whenever your battery dies and literally just insert the like take a watch battery and you literally just pop it in and then pop it out. Like it's just a battery holder.
So here's my problem. I know
yeah.
there's stuff like the Dreamcast, there's the emulator thingy, but I still want to play Dreamcast discs. Like I still want to buy Dreamcast games and play them.
Well, that's the thing. So there is. I have yet to install it on mine, but I do have the power replacement board, which replaces the power board in the Dreamcast and also gives it a USB-C port on the back.
Okay, what is that?
Basically, so instead of having a actual like plug, you just plug it up with a USB-C cable to power your system.
Okay.
You can power your system with the USB-C cable. Yeah.
All right. I mean, that's not like the best thing ever, but okay.
Yeah, it's just literally like you can literally install that yourself because it's literally like unscrew the power board, take it out, screw this one in, put it in. There you go. Boom, it's gone. And then the other mod is probably the Retro Pixels gem board specifically for the Dreamcast. They make the gem board for other things.
Mm-hmm.
Let me look it up real quick. Let's see here. Retro Pixels. No, not images. Go to all. Oh, why it's images? All right.
Come on, sis. You didn't need.
That's it? That's all?
Well.
Hey now.
Oh. I mean.
Yeah, you're hitting me up for...
I think
About Pixel FX. Here we go. Okay.
you may have saved.
So let's see here. They have the retro gem board, and it is for different systems. But you have to order. You have to order the right one for the right system. Let's see here. See, they have one for the Dreamcast. No, see here. They went PS2, PS1, 64. Okay, here we go. So we have one for the DC HDMI Retro Gem Kit. All right, and it. Let's see here.
Also, can I
If
just
you
say,
want
like,
all the,
you notice how I'm just like carving
Yeah.
through these enemies like butter? Like, I am really glad I respect my character. I am kicking butt.
okay, so if you want all the bells and whistles for this retro gem kit, it is $219. Or you can pay $21 a month with PayPal
Okay.
to pay for it.
Buy now, pay
But
later.
anyways, yeah, buy now, pay later. But anyways, this says successor to the N64 digital, PS1 digital, and DC digital, etc. The Retro Gem is the ultimate HDMI kit for your retro gaming consoles. You get digital lag-free HDMI output, simple firmware update procedure via Wi-Fi. So it will have a Wi-Fi antenna in it. Advanced scaling and video filters in the Shiny Edition. Again, there's the basic version and the Shiny Edition.
That's how
yeah,
I
yeah.
do it.
Yeah. Native Direct Video in Basic Edition, perfect for people who already own an external scaler. This kit can be installed into all console variants except motherboards with the Anvil IC. I don't know what that is. These are later model variants that no longer expose the digital bus. HDMI output setup. Let's see here. Okay. Okay. Optimal spare flex cable isn't required and is already included in the console kit, but sometimes mishaps happen. during the install, and an extra flex cable will give you a second attempt. So if you think you're going to fuck up, you can buy a spare with it. The retro gem must be soldered to your gaming console. These modifications are advanced and require a high-level soldering skill. If never soldered before, do not fret. We have recommended installers to do it for you. Let's see here. But basically, what it'll do is it'll give your it basically gives your Dreamcast HDMI, and you can hook it up with an HDMI cable to the TV. Basically, that's basically what all this means. Is you're basically, and then if you put in a series of commands with the controller, you can bring up a menu to, like, you know, fine tune all the settings. You know, I think you can add scan lines and things like that if you want to. You know, all the bells and whistles and stuff. And of course, like I said, there's a Wi-Fi antenna that's included in with it, so you can get updates via Wi-Fi for the firmware. But yeah, basically, all it does is just, again, adds, you know, gives you HDMI. But again, like I said, let's see. Let me get rid of the spare cable and see how much this costs now. Oh, $204. So basically, $200 for the kit. Is it worth it? If you know how to solder, then yeah. Or if you have enough money to pay somebody, I guess so. It depends on how much you want to play Dreamcast on an actual Dreamcast. But yeah, I've never installed it myself, but I've seen videos and stuff. But the quality does look really good. So
The Dreamcast is one of those systems that cleans up beautifully.
But I mean, you can already, get like VGA to HDMI conversion things, and that could work too for you. I mean, as a simple, like, quick fix, and that should look kind of good too. Because I mean, because VGA is a digital signal, so you're really just converting a digital signal to another digital signal. So it should clean up pretty good on the TV.
I imagine,
yeah. It's different from going from, like, say, analog to digital, which is a whole mess.
So, Batty Girl Nix, I'm still getting used to the new name, has something she wants to say.
All right. Oh, Jesus Christ. I don't even want to say that.
Yeah, I don't like, part of me doesn't.
I feel like if I say it, it's going to come true.
No, it's already happened.
I know, but I feel like if I say it, it'll make it true.
All right,
I don't want to say it.
I'll do it. I'll say it. So,
oh my God.
Car has Duke Nukem under his greasy, icky thumb now. Yeah. Honestly, part of me wants to stop talking about him because he thrives off of this kind of attention. And Nick's, the offer's still open if you want to come on and rant.
He is quite possibly one of the most insufferable people I have ever seen.
And my problem is, like, I think we've compared him to Uwe Boll. At least Uwe Boll, like, I don't know.
At least Uwe Boll didn't delusion himself. He knew that what he was doing was basically just he was running an elaborate scam with, like, the film commission, making these shitty game movies.
Well, Nix, we're happy to have you in chat. She's taking the chat for us.
All right, but yeah, that might be something we want to talk about later, because I know he was doing all kinds, like, he was doing all kinds of shady shit with his movies, if you can call them that.
One thing I respect is he was like, "Oh, if you don't like me, come fight me in the boxing ring." And some people actually took him up on it, and so it was actually boxing matches. And then they learned that Uwe is actually kind of a good boxer, and they got their butts kicked.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, he's still a piece of shit, though, but, you know.
at least he followed through.
Yeah. But the other guy, oh, my God, he is so insufferable. You know, because he alone was going to, you know, bring back DMC from the dead, right? You know?
And he was so mad. And then, like, did you hear, like, they recently announced that Devil May Cry 5 had sold like 10 million. They credited it to the anime, and he just got all. I want to say stuff that's gonna get me demonetized, but I'm not gonna say it.
Yeah, I know. You gotta bite your tongue on that one. He is such an asshole.
I am biting it so hard I might actually be bleeding, but I'm not. But,
Yeah. I mean, he is such an insufferable person. I feel like he is so fake. That's what it is. He's so fake.
Yeah, like when he came onto WWE, and also like I don't know if you've heard, like the guy's a walking Me Too. Like he wishes he was Weinstein.
Oh yeah. Like he is just a asshole. He is a fake nerd. He's a fake nerd.
Well, that is a very big headache. I think I'll give you a bonus.
Oh my God.
And I wouldn't.
Zucker may be a
Greetings again. You're fulfilled. Very.
He's basically he's basically Kevin Smith without the legitimate background.
Yeah, because Kevin Smith like made good movies at some point.
As you may know,
Well, that's what I'm saying. You know, like I was saying, Kevin Smith actually was like he was legitimately was a nerd. He legitimately knew what the fuck he was talking about. And you usually thought, you know, shit was good in his hands. Not anymore.
I mean,
Let's be honest,
all the creativity was stored in his fat glands.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like he's sold the fuck out. But that's what this Audi guy is. He is
Minus the
sold
fat
out
glands.
without having actual legitimate knowledge of shit. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the more you look into his past, the worse it gets. Like, basically, he made his fortune by doing gap funding. So, like, let's say a movie was trying to raise, let's say $10 million, and they had raised $9 million. He would provide the last $1 million to make sure a movie got funded.
Uh-huh.
Oh, good hunting.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
That's what he did. So like that's why if you look at his IMDb, it's like full of credits that. Wait, what? Also,
He doesn't really deserve.
Also, we have reached 10 likes, so. All right, I am a man of my word. Unlike just like Uwe Boll, I'm a man of my word. I can't hear anything right now, by the way. I am the great King Julio! TP up my buddy hole! Alright, now y'all can shut up.
Are you telling me? TV for my bunghole?
Oh, gosh.
I am the great Cornholio.
I hate
I
you.
need to be for my bunghole.
I said if we got to 10 likes, I'd do it, and I did it, so... y'all can
Bunghole.
shut up. Oh,
Bunghole, yes.
oh gosh, those...
That's like one of my favorite episodes is like when the cops, the Border Patrol picks him up. And he's like, we don't know anything about this guy. His name is Cornholio. is it his first name or his last name? I don't know. It's the only name he gives. Could be Spanish or Italian. I don't know. He goes, well, the little bastard ate my freaking taco combo on the way over here. Hey, he's probably Mexican. Oh, slight racism back in the day.
Yeah, only slight.
And then when he gets off the bus, like when they deport a bunch of people, and they bring them across the border on the bus. All these Hispanic people are getting out, and they're like, "Ti people bunghole, muy loco." Con Julio, like, and he gets out. He's like, "Is this Nicaragua?" Is this Nicaragua? TV for bunghole?
You gotta be really, really careful with how you say that.
What? Nicaragua?
Just wow.
What? It's a country. It's not like I'm mispronouncing Niger, the country. Now, believe me, when I first saw that on a map, I was like, what? What's the name of that country? Oh, okay, that's how you pronounce it. Niger.
The best day of every sixth grader's life is they're having the history lesson, and they learn the name of the person who invented the toilet.
Yes, John Crapper.
I thought it was Thomas Crapper.
Thomas Crapper. Whatever.
See, like I remember the history. Like I was having history class, and in like
I thought it was John Crapper because that's why they're called Johns.
No, they're called Johns because Ron Hoodman and Tights. That's But no, I remember I was in 8th grade, and we were having our history class, and he's like. And the name of the guy who invented it, my teacher, he did get like this big smile because he knew it was about to come. Thomas Crapper, and the entire class just roared with laughter, and then the light fixtures clapped.
You watch that episode of South Park where they find out that Butters sits on the toilet backwards.
What?
He sits on the toilet facing the tank, right?
Okay.
And they were like, "What are you doing?" And he's like, "What? I'm just using the toilet." And he's like, "That's not how you use the toilet." He goes, "Well, how do you use the toilet?" He's like, "We face the other way." He's like, "Why?" He's like, "What do you mean, why?" He's like, "Why do you sit like that?" He's like, "Well, I got a place to sit and put my arms. If I got to read or do some homework, I can get that done while I'm pooping, and then." And also, like, when I stand up, I don't have to turn around and look at what I just did,
But that's the best part, is you admire your handiwork.
Yeah. So then, like, the whole thing, right? They're giving him shit about it, and then I think they
giving him shit. I love it.
Yeah, they give him shit about it. Yeah, and I think near the end of the episode, they actually conjure the spirit of Thomas Crapper.
I'm sorry.
And he was like,
I even though I am like I am 37 years old, it still makes me giggle.
Yeah, they conjure the spirit of Thomas Crapper, and like he's sitting there like, he's like, I am very displeased, and they're like, why? He's like, because no one uses my invention the right way. Only this little boy is the one that gets it. And they're like, are you kidding me?
See, the problem is...
He's like, why? He goes, that's why I have the tank right there, because it's like a writing desk. You can get your stuff done. All your thinking, all your thoughts that you have on the toilet, you can sit there and write them down right there. Well, like, why else would I have it there?
Well, you see, here's the problem, Caster. It's because no one else gave a shit before.
I know.
I'm sorry,
he's like,
the
besides,
are literally writing themselves right now.
Yeah. He's like, and besides, why would you want to get up and look at what you just did? You could just take the toilet and wipe it right there. It's like everything Butters was saying, he just repeated verbatim. It was just funny. Oh man.
Alright, so going this way.
But speaking of which, I need to use the
Do you have a
facilities.
brown baby in the butt oven?
Uh, no, no,
You gotta drop some kids out the pool?
no, not that either. Oh,
Alright, go
oh,
drain.
oh.
Alright, go drain the dragon.
I gotta drain the dragon, but oh man, I was laying down and oh god,
Oh, you're feeling it, brother. Oh,
yeah, I know.
you're feeling it, brother.
I've been laying down in the same spot for the last 2 hours.
Alright, guys,
My back.
F's in the chat for Caster's back right now, please. Let's
Yeah.
get F's in the chat.
F's in the chat. All right, I will be right back.
Alright, so for the next few minutes, I am flying solo. So, chat, any questions you got for me? Any stuff? Alright, here's a question for you guys. What is your favorite extended universe Star Wars character? I.e. a character that does not appear in the movies. For me, it is Darth Bane. I love me some Darth Bane. But what are your guys' favorite, like, EU Legends, whatever you want to slice it, character? Like Dash Rendar, Mara Jade, those kind of characters. Like KOTOR is pretty cool, I'll say. Yeah. See, what's funny is I always used to do Tatooine first. So I remember I would do this whole thing, and I'd have a Cal Nord fight afterwards, and it'd just be a pain in the ass.
I'm tired of waiting, Comad. How big can this dragon of yours be? I'm going in.
One thing is, I do love, if you watch The Mandalorian, they actually kind of do an episode that's literally based off this whole scenario, and they're taking apart the crate dragon, and they find the crate dragon pearl, and I was like, ooh, I equipped that in my lightsaber. Alright. Yep, I got the fodder. Alright, now I gotta run around and get these dewbacks. So, fun fact, in the original trilogy, the dewbacks, I believe, were either elephants or yaks with just like costumes on them. Oh, we got more sand people. Yeah, once Caster gets back, I'm gonna talk about how Kathleen Kennedy like screened the original cut of Star Wars. Because like, my opinion is, you give your wins when you can, and I don't like Kathleen Kennedy. I literally made the villainous creature based off of her, but a win's a win. And we will see where this leads, and I'm kind of interested.
All right, I'm back. So I heard something interesting.
Were you listening while I held the peace?
So I heard a rumor that apparently the villain in Screecher is based off Kathleen Kennedy.
All right,
that actually makes a lot of sense now.
Wait, you didn't know that?
I did not know that.
Okay, but did you notice her assistant?
No.
Alright, do you have any copies of Screecher near you?
No, I don't. I'm outside. No, I don't.
Alright, I'm gonna tell you the name of her assistant, and you're gonna feel like the stupidest person ever.
It's Jake Baloney, right?
Lucas Stevens.
Lucas Stevens. Wow.
And like once you like when you see it again, and because I base him off of 70s George Lucas, you'd be like, oh my god, why did I not see that?
Yeah. You know what? I know what you're talking. Yeah. I know what you're talking about now. Yeah.
See, that's the thing. Like I was actually scared. I thought it was like really freaking obvious, you know, but like no one's picked up on that. Kind of a probably good thing, actually.
God, you're gonna turn on this guy? This betrayal is beneath.
I mean, this is a dark side run. Of course, I'm going to betray the guy. But what do you think about Kathleen Kennedy showcasing the original cut?
Crazy.
Because that's like the one thing that George Lucas was never going to allow. I would not put it against Kathleen Kennedy to like,
Yeah.
because I mean we're already hearing talk of her starting to retire or whatever. Like,
Yeah.
I would not put it past her to release the original trilogy, the uncut version, as like a last ditch, kind of like, all right, you guys can like me now.
No, there's nothing. There's nothing that can be done like her.
I don't know. Like, I think if she releases them on Disney Plus and then does like a steelbook edition, like a whole like HD Blu-ray steelbook thing, I don't know. She might get some sympathy or whatever. I don't know.
But she'll never do it because she has nothing but contempt for her fans.
Yeah, but she wants the approval, and that's like it's like the easiest of wins.
She would, but yeah, but she doesn't want you happy. That's the problem. Because you are a sexist, misogynist pig of a man.
You're right. I know.
Exactly. How dare you want good Star Wars? How dare you not want good strong characters like Rey Skywalker instead of, because it's not like you ever liked strong characters like Ahsoka before, whatever.
I'm just to be honest with you, like, I think Dave Filoni is not a good choice to run Lucasfilm. Jon Favreau.
I call him
Jon Favreau is like the perfect pick, in my opinion.
I call Dave Filoni Dave Baloney because
that is so
he's full of it.
That is so childish. I love it.
Because I knew Dave Filoni was full of shit when, because I thought, him and Jon Favreau, they've kind of worked together. So, Star Wars being under his, watch or whatever.
That first season of Mandalorian is legit really freaking good.
It is. The first and second seasons are amazing.
Second season is a bit iffy, but yeah. Second season is when it was starting to go off rails.
Yeah, but it definitely ended on a high note.
Oh God, yes.
But that's the thing though. It was still good. It was still good. It was the better Star Wars that we got.
And this is what pisses me off is Star Wars finally had the win it was so desperately wanting. Like, literally everyone loved it. People were crying, and you had literally the higher-ups mocking fans for crying. Literally, like, this is the kind of reaction people want. They want to see this kind of reaction out of people, you know?
Yeah, to have people legitimately excited for your product,
So much so that
and
they're
you
crying.
like to. I can't I can't understand that as someone who has rationale that to to hate and have contempt for people who are excited for your product. All right. So you have Star Wars, The Mandalorian, and people are going absolute ape shit over it. It's the best Star Wars that we've had in many, many years, and people are going nuts for it. And you're like, look at those assholes. Let's ruin it for them. And which shows me that they had the capacity to make good stuff. They just choose not to. And the thing was, the moment I knew Dave Filoni was full of shit was when, again, I thought, because him and John Favreau were kind of like together on stuff. I thought, okay, John, it's in Filoni's hands for the most part. He's got Kathleen Kennedy above him, you know, doing bullshit, but at least he's down, in the trenches actually making the shit, and actually making it good. Maybe he can make good shit despite her being up there, right? And of course, she'll steal all the credit and everything for it, but at least we'll have good shit, and the fans will know who actually did it. And I thought, okay, Dave Filoni would be good. Well, then they had this conference or get together or some kind of thing where Kathleen Kennedy was there and a bunch of her sycophants, and Dave Filoni was there, and Dave Filoni was sitting there bashing Star Wars fans, calling them like overweight, misogynist,
This
the
is
whole
why I
thing.
respect Sam Witwer so much.
Yeah.
Like, have you
And
heard?
the thing is,
Have
Dave.
you heard Sam Witwer talk?
Mm,
Like, he actually, he's kind of a middle of the ground kind of person, but like, he's gone up and been like, yeah, the fans have a right to be upset. Like, they expect a certain product. Like, he's kind of takes a position where it's like, even if you don't agree with everything he says, you can at least kind of like, all right, I can agree to disagree with you, kind of thing.
yeah.
Like, you don't
And
feel insulted.
Well, the thing is, like, and then Dave Filoni started, doing that whole like, oh, the fans are just these, overweight, misogynist, white males.
But don't you
That
know,
whole
no one
that
hates
whole
Star
bullshit.
Wars more than Star Wars fans.
Exactly. So, so he's doing that whole shit, and I thought, okay, that's the moment I realized Dave Filoni. That's the moment I called him Dave Filoni. I was like, he's so full of it, because I said he's sitting there and trying to get brownie points in front of Kathleen Kennedy. That's what that was. He was trying to get
It's
brownie
so
points from
blatant,
her,
so freaking blatant.
and I was just, and that's the moment I realized that Star Wars is not in good hands. It's not in good hands, and you know, and it just makes me sad when I watch the original trilogy and thought what we had, and we didn't know that's what we had. You know, it'll never be that good anymore. Um, and the best episode of the Book of Boba Fett is essentially an episode of The Mandalorian.
Yeah.
I watched that episode twice back to back. It was that
You know what?
freaking good. That
Is it the? Is it the? I did like that they brought Luke back, and like if you looked at behind the scenes, they actually brought in Mark Hamill, and they like put him in the costume and had him act out the scenes, and then the double would go do the scenes based off that performance. I thought, okay, like that's probably about as good as we're gonna get with that. Like I respect that.
yeah, yeah. Well, the man's like in the 60s, 70s, so I mean, yeah.
But still,
But-
like having like Luke frickin' Skywalker come act the scene out how we would.
Oh, I know exactly. And the fact that they're not stealing his image, it's him actually. They're actually putting a younger face on him.
I mean, just recast him with Sebastian Stan. That's what everyone wants anyway.
Yeah. But it's just like I don't know. I love Star Wars, and there's so much stories that they could have done with, you know,
Mm-hmm.
they could have gone with. But then here's the thing: they started making their own shit and realizing that it was shit, and so they
Oh,
would
worse than that.
because it
They took all the legend stuff and did bad versions of it because the sequel trilogy
well
is literally just the Legacy of the Force story.
that's what I was going to say. I was like they realized they had bad shit, and they kept saying, "Oh, the EU is no longer canon. It's no longer we just erased it. It's gone, whatever." But then, like a bunch of uh hypocrites, they would go back and steal stories from the EU and just make inferior versions of them.
Yeah, like
Like,
Rey is Jaina.
mhm.
Kyle Ren is Darth Caedus.
and then they bring in a very lackluster Thrawn because they tried to do what was it uh oh my god, what's that story with Thrawn? I can't.
Heir to the Empire.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
See,
yeah.
what really pisses me off is, like Ahsoka, and they literally name dropped Heir to the Empire, and that, like, they knew what they were doing.
Now I watched a little bit of Ahsoka, and it would when I watched Ahsoka, or Ahsoka, not Ahsoka, that's from Hunter x Hunter. If I watched Ahsoka, I was always worried that she was never going to cross her arms and look off into the distance, And when she would finally do it, I was like, "Oh, thank God! Okay, I got she's finally crossing her arms and looking thoughtfully."
Well,
Oh God, I thought she wasn't going to do it. I thought she wasn't going to do it this.
Ahsoka really exposed Filoni as he really hasn't grown past being a cartoon director, because that's really how Ahsoka plays out is a live action cartoon, and not in a good way.
And not in a good way. And they wasted Rosario Dawson, who
I think she's great as Ahsoka, honestly.
oh they fucking wasted
She's
her.
a talented actress. She's a great actress.
She's a talented actress, and honestly, one of my Hollywood crushes. I think she's a fine ass woman. And
I love that, like, they made her the Coulson of the Netflix Marvelverse. Like, she was the night nurse.
Yeah, and like, I when they casted her as Ahsoka, I was excited. I was like, oh God, I was like, my crush, Rosario Dawson is going to be in a Star Wars show, and she looks fucking awesome, and she's going to be hot as fuck, and I'm like, oh yeah, and nope.
My thing is, I'm a huge Katie Sackhoff fan, so, like, having her as Bo-Katan is like, yes, and I think she's good as Bo-Katan. I think for what he was given, I think he did good the materials he was given.
And I love the fact that, like, there's this stereotype that Star Wars fans are these, like, misogynist, woman-hating guys, but we get excited for Ahsoka. We get excited for Mara.
All right, good night, Nix.
Good night, Nix. We get excited for Mara Jade. We get excited for
like, literally every Gen X boy and most millennial boys, one of their first experiences is with Princess Leia.
Yeah, we love Leia. We love Ahsoka. We love hell. We liked
Mara Jade.
Mara Jade. We liked what's her name in The Mandalorian.
The armorer.
Well, I was gonna say oh God, I got brain farts tonight. I can't think
The
of
leader of the
anybody's name.
Mandalorian stuff. Like, I swear, I could listen to her, like, tell stories for hours, like an ASMR podcast. The Jedi were our enemy, but this little one is not.
Cara Dune, we're excited for her.
Katie
we're
Sackhoff.
we're excited for
Yeah.
you know
Yeah.
you know, and then we were excited for like again at the end of season 2 we had 4 badass bitches uh kicking ass, and we were excited for that. You know, um, yeah. So we're misogynists. We hate women, even though some of those exciting parts of Star Wars involves women characters. We're excited for. I mean,
Yeah.
hell, I thought they were going to bring is her name, like Darth Talus?
I think they are bringing her in. I've heard.
Yeah, they're going to bring her in. So people were excited for her coming in. Yeah. We hate women. We hate women, but we're excited for all these women characters they're going to bring in. Yeah, that makes total fucking sense. Yeah, okay. There, Kathleen Kennedy. Yeah, okay. No, the women characters you create and you put in are terrible. That's what we hate. We hate the women characters that you make because they're dumb, they're lame, they're one dimensional. That's what we hate. You know.
Like, the problem I have is, Rey, like, Daisy Ridley seems like a nice enough person, so it's not attacking her on her, but she does.
No, she's a good actress.
Well, actually, I've seen her in other stuff. She comes across very like a subpar actress, but we're not attacking it personally. I hate that we have to like do that like disclaimer thing.
Oh yeah, we're never attacking the actor. I mean,
No.
Sir Lawrence Olivier couldn't fucking act his way through some of the shit that they gave it, through some of these damn scripts. So I mean, come on.
I mean, it's still like I laughed my butt off. Somehow, Palpatine returned. Like, you can tell, but Oscar doesn't want to say it. I love that line.
Somehow, Palpatine returned. I'm sitting there going, really? Oh, and I've said this story many times, but when they they just mentioned the Knights of Ren, never seen them at all during the whole sequel trilogy, and at the very last moment they bring them back, and I literally I almost screamed in the theater, "Fuck you!" when they brought them in, because I was like, "Are you really going to waste these guys as like some anonymous people in masks that he's going to defeat without a lightsaber and everything?" I was like, "Dude, get out of here! Come on!" I was like, "Get out of here! You wasted so much potential."
Yeah.
And that's what it is. And they wasted good female characters again. What was her name? Captain Phasma. I thought she was going to be like a new villain that we were going to get. She's going to be a recurring villain that comes back, and she's going to be a badass on screen. And she's going to be Finn's foil, and and then it's going to be that whole subplot between him and Phasma, and he's going to have to prove himself to her and everything, or prove to her that he's actually a good warrior and everything, and they're going to have the final fight between him and her, and it's going to be so bad. No, she dies in the most unfulfilling way ever. Same with Snoke. Dies in the most just unfulfilling.
Like, I felt bad for the actor, for Finn, but then like recently he started shooting his mouth, and I'm like, yeah, screw you, boy.
Well, fans were actually mad for him.
Yeah.
They charged him a joke. He was such a great his character had so much potential to be a great,
and
compelling
I've seen him
character.
In other stuff. He's actually a pretty decent actor.
He's a pretty decent actor, and they regulated him to fucking comic relief. And I actually thought in the first movie, I thought that maybe Rey and Finn were going to be like a couple, like there's going to be like maybe a little love thing going on there between them. It didn't have to happen, but I thought it was going to happen. They could still be friends, and it would still be a good story. But I thought maybe they would be become lovers or something. She's learning how to use the Force or whatever. Maybe he learns to use the Force or something. That'd be kind of cool. I thought maybe he would learn how to use the Force too.
So,
Um,
we are approaching the 4 hour mark. We're not there just yet, but about 15 minutes away. I do want to say that next week we will be starting an hour early, and that is to account for our special guest. I don't know if you noticed, Caster, but I've kind of been doing like miscellaneous activities.
Yeah.
I did Tatooine, because we're going to be
Yeah.
having Jared on the stream for the first hour. And he's going to be critiquing all of my gameplay. So we're going to we're starting a little early. And at 7 p.m. 7 p.m. EST.
So make sure you're subscribed and get that notification bell.
Subscribe, send us a like.
Smash that like button.
Smash it.
Smash that subscribe button. You know,
Smash it like it always.
all the dumb YouTuber shit.
Yep. So tomorrow, Caster and I will be doing our video games extra credits talk show, and we'll talk about Final Fantasy. Retrospective on the series, what we like, what we don't like, who is the best girl, and why is it Aerith?
Yep.
Oh gosh.
Have you've heard about the Magic the Gathering crossover, right?
Yeah, I think I did. Yeah.
With Final Fantasy. Yeah, they're already they already got cards on eBay for like thousands of dollars. There is Chocobo variants. There's a card called Traveling Chocobo, and there's variant artwork of it, and the variant artworks of them are going for like, thousands of dollars. And there's a golden Chocobo variant that's actually numbered on the card, and there's 77 of them made.
All right.
And each one of them is numbered, so there's only 77 golden Chocobos in existence in circulation. So if you get one of those, they're going for like $10,000 right now.
Huh.
Insane.
All right. So, Caster, you keep talking to the audience. I gotta go dream Dragon real quick.
Yeah. So that's something, So, but there's a lot of other cards that are worth money too. But Magic the Gathering has fallen as much as other fantasy stuff. Magic the Gathering has also fallen in quality. They're doing that whole woke bullshit stuff that's kind of invaded the the fantasy space. Why Dungeons and Dragons is terrible. Dungeons and Dragons has fallen from grace. D&D has fallen from grace. It's just, I don't know.
What?
I said D&D has fallen from grace. Magic the Gathering has fallen from grace. Just basically like the fantasy space is just, it's not what it used to be. It's all political woke bullshit, like they made Aragorn a black guy in the Magic the Gathering Lord of the Rings crossover, and they were like, oh, blah, 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 and I'm like, whatever. And that's the thing. It's like it's not like there isn't a lot of black characters in Magic the Gathering. There's a ton of major characters who are not white, so or not even human for that matter. So.
Yeah.
But they can't even do that right. Famously, they only made one copy of the One Ring.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, and Post Malone has it.
He bought it off the person who found it. Yeah.
He bought it off the person who found it for like $2 million. I was talking to a friend about this yesterday, and he asked me, he goes, would you sell it? I was like, fuck yeah, I'd sell it.
Yeah.
$2 million? Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, I'd sell it. Hell yeah.
Post Malone just seems like kind of the coolest guy, honestly.
I don't really care for him, but like
As
he doesn't annoy me.
as a person, I like him.
Yeah, I don't really care for him as an artist, but whatever. Um, whatever. You like him, you like him. You don't, you don't. I don't care. Uh, it's not a critique on anybody, but yeah, it seems kind of cool that I love when like celebrities get nerdy, and they actually know their shit.
Yeah,
You know,
that's why everyone loves Henry Cavill.
yeah.
So I'm like looking up how to do the geese, because see here. Alright, we can handle this later. So, we will be doing a multiplayer Monday. That is happening. We'll play some more Marvel Rivals. That will be fun.
Oh yeah. I've been trying to do competitive for a couple of days now.
Oh god.
I want at least to get the gold rank because you get a unique Emma Frost skin.
Okay.
It's just a recolor of her original skin. It's like a gold recolor. I think it looks cool. But oh my god, dude, it is so frustrating being in the lower ranks because everyone is so terrible.
Really?
Mm-hmm. I got mad at my team the other day because we were playing and I'm sitting there not getting any heals as a Vanguard, and I'm sitting there, what's going on? I look at our team. We got like one Vanguard, which is me, and all DPS. And I was like, guys, we need some healers, please. Someone switch over. And then of course we have one team that has Iron Man, Ultron, and Johnny Storm. So we have three flyers and nobody who can take care of it. So we're just getting blasted from the sky constantly. And I was like, guys,
that's where I come in. It's like Black Widow is really good at dealing with flyers.
yeah, I know. And I'm sitting there like, guys, come on. We got like a Moon Knight and a Reed Richards, and I'm like, you guys cannot take care of flyers. Come on, guys. Like we're just getting blasted from the sky and just getting annihilated. And I'm like, guys, come on. And then of course I got Spider-Man constantly beating the shit out of me as a healer in the back.
It's strange. The ocean.
See, every time I hear webs, I freaking get like PTSD now.
Oh god.
Because I'm like, oh god, here comes Spider-Man. He's coming to get me. I'm like, please, guys, help me out.
All right. So during multiplayer Monday, if you want to play with us and join our squad, you can. I'll put my character name out there, and just send me a friend request. And if you're a member of the channel, you can actually join us in the call. And play with us. But it's joining the team on the game is open to everybody. But if you want to join us in the voice call, that's members only.
Yeah, that's members only. Like we had Black Reaper Kai playing Spider-Man with us.
It was actually pretty good, I would say. Like he was actually pretty good Spider-Man.
It was actually pretty good, but he's still a menace. Still hate him. Not Black Reaper, just Spider-Man.
I mean, Black Reaper's a menace, but he's our menace. So, I just want to say, these Star Wars streams have been really successful. So, we had, like, almost 17 viewers at one point. That was pretty cool. We got 11 right now. That's, like, pretty freaking awesome. 63 views. Yeah, and we're barely halfway through the game. So, that, like, a lot of stuff. I think the next game is going to be Wind Waker. I think I'm ready for it. Because, like, I had done Breath of the Wild and then Tears. I was kind of feeling a little bit burnt out from Zelda. But I think I'm going to do the Wii U version of Wind Waker next. I think it's time. What do you think, Caster?
I think it's time to. I really need to go back and play Wind Waker. I stopped at a certain point, but so I should be able to help with some of the dungeons because I've played them through. And if we get Nyx on there, she actually was streaming Wind Waker also, the Wii U version.
Oh, she'll probably be overjoyed to be help streaming this because she'll be gushing all over the game, and I'll be for it. I may show up, but I don't practice. Should I be worried? Honestly, Jason, you should be fine. No, you need to do FF8. I am just saying that to be spicy. See, the thing about doing FF8 is I can't play FF8 without grinding in the early game, and that's really freaking boring for a stream, so I don't know if I do FF8. Because you use, like, the Quasical card, kind of thing to, like, really boost your GFs kind of thing. Oh, gosh, yeah, I don't think I'm not going to say, like, a complete no, but it's unlikely I'll do FF8. I will say this, though. Square Enix has been having a sale on their games on Steam, and I've been waiting for Star Ocean Second Story R to come out, okay?
Yeah.
Let me, like, we got a few minutes. First off, I love the Star Ocean games. They're really fun. It is gorgeous. Let me try booting it up.
Yeah, I've never played the Star Ocean games.
First one I played was Star Ocean First Departure on the PSP, which is a remake of the first one on the Super Nintendo.
Yeah.
FF9 to be cheap, yeah. I'll pick that up at some point.
The stream is down in the Discord.
Yeah, I know.
Oh.
Yeah, let me just, let me just see if I can, get this going. Oh, okay, looks like it popped up. Alright, it works! Alright, let me just put this back up in the Discord real quick. We're not gonna play this for, like, too long. I just want to show it to you guys. Because this is just a gorgeous, gorgeous game. Alright, can you see it, Caster?
Stream is paused.
Click on it.
It has minimized the application. Sit tight.
Alright, try it now.
Nope, it says stream is paused. It says Phoenix Press has minimized their application. Sit tight.
I'll just do entire screen then, whatever. There we go.
There we go.
So this is a game. I've been playing it for a minute. Yep, there we go.
Oh wow, yeah, that is nice. Is this a remake or the actual original game?
It's a remake.
Oh, it looks beautiful.
We got enemies. Seems like a fight is in order. Two poison for you. Win.
If you notice,
Oh,
it
wow,
plays
yeah.
a lot like a Tales of game.
Yeah.
Alright, let me turn down the sound a little bit. Like I said, we are just going to do a little bit.
Yes, I like this 3D background with the 2D sprites. It looks so good.
Yeah, because like you can tell they're using realistic art for the 3D, but the sprites kind of like help it avoid like a uncanny valley kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's not quite 2D HD, but like it's kind of the same mold.
Yeah. Lighting effects look amazing.
Yeah, like I've been wanting to play this game for a bit.
You ready for this? Seems like a fight is in
I'm kind of doing a side quest right now. Oh.
That was easier than I thought.
So they're basically sci-fi RPGs, essentially.
Yeah.
Alright, what's
Kind of like Star Ocean.
Well, this is Star Ocean.
Oh, I mean, Fantasy Star.
Oh god, we really could use a new Phantasy Star game.
Mm-hmm.
Like an actual new one, not just like Phantasy Star Online.
They still have the fans have a server open for the Dreamcast.
Yeah, I've heard about that.
Yeah, friend of mine actually plays it on their Dreamcast. Yeah, on a server. Yep.
Did you see they actually got like RuneScape Classic working on the Dreamcast?
Oh wow.
That is so cool.
Anyone hurt?
Looks a bit like old school. Yeah, that's what I love. I love about it, honestly.
Mm-hmm. I want FF9 to be cheap.
We got enemies.
I mean, it goes on sale pretty often.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it looks like a blend of old school with modern graphics. Yeah, it looks gorgeous. I mean,
imagine Chrono Trigger like this.
oh yeah. Imagine a lot of old school RPGs like this.
I
what?
love the 2D HD art style.
Yeah. Like what if they did this with like the original like Final Fantasy VII? Like that would be awesome. Instead of having pre-rendered backgrounds,
Actually,
have 3D
no.
backgrounds like this.
They did it with Final Fantasy VI.
Okay.
Imagine this, like Final Fantasy VI, but like this.
You ready for this?
Oh yeah.
Be careful.
That would be, because the thing, like the biggest tease is you play the Pixel Remaster. The opera scene, they actually did it in 2D HD. Have you seen that?
No, I haven't.
Alright, I'll show it to you after the stream.
All right.
Yeah, and the Pixel Remaster, the opera scene, the famous opera scene, is full 2D HD.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Behind us. They're behind us.
Oh no, they're behind us. So this is, by the way, Cass, this is currently on sale on Steam for $25.
That seems worth it to me.
It's $50, and this is on Switch.
Mm-hmm.
You can buy it physically for Switch, by the way.
Okay. I might do that.
Yeah. Like I can't imagine the Switch version is that compromised.
Well, I'd say that's worth 10 out of 10.
Ooh, great!
Alright, what did Jason say? By the way,
Don't say that. Now I want Chrono Trigger like this. Really? Well, at least didn't say they're on top of us.
yeah. So I'm just right now. I'm doing like a little side questy kind of thing. I'm basically just gonna do that, and then that's gonna be kind of what then will like.
But I watched some of Nyx's stream when she was doing Wind Waker HD, and I gotta say it looks gorgeous.
The Wii U version is even better.
That's what I'm saying. The Wii U. Yeah, that's what she's doing. I think she's doing that. The HD remaster of it, and it looks gorgeous. And what's amazing though is like my version, because I played the GameCube version, and with the Carby, it cleans it up very nice. It looks good. The HD still, it looks good, but the HD looks even better.
Just wait till you see it with like emulation on my stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be good.
Very nice.
But because the Carby adapter like cleans it up really nice, and it just looks absolutely amazing. So like, because again, it's converting a digital signal into HDMI, which is already a digital signal, so it looks really good. It still has those like jaggy lines sometimes, but it still looks good. But yeah, like for instance, like Metroid Prime, playing in progressive scan mode on the Carby looks absolutely amazing. But again, the Metroid Prime remaster looks 1,000 times better than that. Even though so I'm just saying, like it already looks good on the GameCube. It looks 1,000 times better than that, which is like hard to imagine. But yeah, it looks awesome. You know, so Metroid Prime remaster is amazing.
Have you ever played a Tales of game, Caster?
No, I have not. I've heard of them, but I've never played the Tales game. Tales of Symphonia, Tales of
Fantasia,
whatever.
Syria. You should look at
Yeah, but I've never played them.
The other series I recommend you try is Persona.
Yeah, I've heard people like. That's the thing is like I don't have anything against them. I've just never played them. But yeah, I've seen them and they look really good. Yeah.
One of these days, I'm gonna have to do a Persona playthrough on here.
Yeah.
But what's Jason saying?
Oh, what is Jason saying? He's saying no, I am the typo king. Apparently, I play Tales of Symphonia.
Yeah, I played Tales of Symphonia and Tales of the Abyss.
Yeah.
Anyone hurt?
Ooh, great!
There we are.
And I do have, even though I haven't opened it, it's still sealed. But I do have Super Mario RPG for the Switch.
Oh, that game's like really cheap. I see it go on discount all the time. Like I will say, I played a big chunk of it. I rented it from the library. It's a really good remake.
Yeah. I just haven't opened it yet. That's the thing. I'm not trying to keep it sealed or anything. I just haven't opened it up and played it. I also have Paper Mario and the 1,000 Year Door remake. Still haven't opened that one up yet, but I got it. That's kind of cool because I have both versions. I have the GameCube version and the Switch version. You know, um, I'll tell you a really good game. You know what? It would be a good game to play on stream one time.
What?
And it would be. Yeah, I think it would actually be really fun.
What?
Is Pikmin 4.
Oh, I don't know. I'm not really a big Pikmin fan.
Oh, you're not really. Oh man, I love Pikmin 4. That was my first introduction to the series, and I played that, and I got obsessed with that. I played that nonstop. I thought that was so fun. And then I actually made me go back and buy 1 and 2 for the GameCube and started playing them. Love them. Even though there is a remastered version on Switch.
Yeah. Also, notice how the character sprites get shaded by the lighting.
Oh, awesome! I didn't even see that. Let me zoom in here. Oh yeah.
I am so glad I got this game. I was waiting for it to get cheap.
See, this is the stuff that we should be getting all the time. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Just gorgeous games with gorgeous play.
We can win this.
You ready for this?
Hope.
You're welcome, by the way.
What? For what?
I'm outside in some. I'm actually sitting outside, enjoying the night air, and big ass truck comes by blaring fucking music. I was like, oh, I gotta mute that real quick. Just comes in, and it's like blaring music and everything. I was like, yeah, that's not gonna be fun on the stream. Let me mute this real quick while it passes by.
Yeah. Just imagine, like, I get copyright claim because some jackass was, like, blaring Guns N' Roses in, like, Game Pass or whatever.
Yeah, and I'm like, dude, it's midnight. Quit blaring your fucking radio.
This isn't unexpected.
Alright,
Yeah.
Alright.
I like how people were bitching about the chick from Stellar Blade being unrealistic. But then when you look at her character model, she almost looks exactly like it. Like women don't look like that. And I'm like, actually, yes, they do. She looks exactly like that. Oh my god! And I'm seeing one of my mutuals is fighting with some asshole on X about petite women.
What now?
Well, because petite women obviously means you're obviously means you're into CP basically, that kind of thing, And I'm like, dude, have you never seen this tiny woman before? Come on, they're everywhere.
Yeah, and they are just as valid.
Just as valid, yeah. Like I remember somebody was cosplaying as what's her name from One Piece or One Punch Man, and they were like, oh my god, that's so horrible that they got that little girl dressed up like that, and I'm like, yeah, little as in like her height, but she's actually like in her 20s, like asshole.
Oh yeah, I think we were like talking about that.
Yeah. So you can't, because if a woman, because all women are 6 foot tall. Yeah, there's never a woman who's like 5'2", 4'8", whatever. That doesn't happen.
No.
But yeah, that's like when that's like back in the day when Australia tried to ban women from adult films who had small breasts
What?
because they said it looks too much like CP.
Oh my god. Why?
So imagine you have an adult film actress, and she's like 5'2", and she has like a tiny bust, and yeah, because apparently that's what they were saying. So they had to have like at least like a C or a D cup. It was crazy. I was like, this is so stupid. This is where like people have just gone off the rails.
So bad.
All right. Well,
Alright, I'm almost done with this section, so just bear with me, please.
I'm gonna
Bingo.
head back inside. I'm getting
This is
getting
it.
bit a lot.
Mosquitoes.
What is that thing?
Yeah, I'm starting to feel itchy, so I'm like, yeah, I need to go back inside. I'm starting to get eaten up.
But yeah, we will be,
How sad. This is
I love how
beyond
I was
life.
starting to wrap, but then I realized,
Find a
you know what, I
linguist.
want to show you this game
Otherwise
I
we
just
just-
got today.
Very true.
Actually, I got it last night, but still. Protagonist of Star Ocean 6. I'm feeling you solved. That's, okay. That's a thing. Alright, so we need to get the... There's a save point right here. I'm just gonna save it, then we're gonna stop the stream.
Yeah, but there's so many RPGs that need another
So many.
need a second chance to life.
So many.
Like the Shining Force series needs remakes.
Yeah, because like in America, Shining Force 3 was just scenario 1.
Yeah, and I have I think I have Shining Force Gaiden for the Game Gear, but it's in Japanese, so I can't play it. I mean, it works, but I'd have to be able to read Japanese to actually play it.
Alright, so we're gonna wrap up here. Thank you, everybody. We're doing this next week. Remember, I can let you out the door.